Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to another episode of Actual Play Broadcast. Today we continue Curseborne, GM'd by Zemian.
Indeed.
I am Brandon. I am playing Tyler Calloway, our Get of Leica. I keep wanting to add the N, but I won't.
When you see a Lycan as someone who is of like I'm Syndra playing Raven Ellis, the Archivist Sorcerer.
I'm Damiani, and I'm playing Dan Coleman, the very inquisitive Eldritch Abomination.
And as mentioned, I am Zemian, here to torment the slot.
To play literally everybody else.
It's working.
Quick announcement. We'll say that we are officially on YouTube. So if you find that you can't get a break from the ads, well, I don't know if YouTube's gonna be any better for you, but you know, we're available on that medium now. So
I think ad blockers are a little more common for YouTube than Spotify.
Yeah.
True.
Very true.
But yeah, so I think we're available where all podcasts
all
are.
ads on Spotify are nice.
I mean, you can too if you get premium for YouTube, because technically speaking,
Yeah,
with podcast, not video.
But YouTube, I've got words about that, but that's not for this.
Normally, I
Wanted to-
like it, but I have Spotify Premium, and I still get ads with podcasts.
Oh yeah, but you can you get them regardless, but you can skip them pretty easily on Spotify.
I'm driving.
Oh, that's a krill issue.
I guess.
But enough with that announcement. On to the game.
Yeah, let's do a recap of what happened last time.
We walked into a horror slasher flick.
And then we walked out.
So
No, we
I don't know why no one in those movies ever just walks out. It's kind of...
Well, according to one person, they
just
had continued to try the door and continued to fail.
Which is funny because we later tried the door and didn't fail.
Yeah,
Tried a different door.
I mean, we did go out the front door. We just didn't fully exit through it.
We
Either
didn't
way,
go out the front door. We went out the door you came in from.
well, we went out the
You
front door.
didn't go out the front door, but shit had already happened there, and then you went back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're on about.
Okay.
We're on our bullshit.
Yeah, we found that the mountaintop here includes a liminal space that is only accessible periodically from the outside, and also those inside it can only leave during those same time periods. As we found, someone had been there for since the 50s, I think, for a long time.
For 40 years, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the 90s in the game, where they are constantly reliving the same night of a aforementioned murder slasher movie, all being hunted down and sliced up. And anyone who finds their way into there and stays by the time it closes, it does get stuck until they find a way out.
And we were met by a individual that was in the midst of their regularly scheduled horror flick.
Yeah.
She was frightened of us. We caught up to her and got her to explain what was going on and gave her directions to get off the mountaintop, and she was able to walk out, and we took her back to my house because I lived in the area.
Yep.
Called my faction's leader called Bo up, let her know what was going on. And, we all reached out to various contacts about the supernatural. Some of us got more information than others about how fucked the situation is.
Almost nobody
Tom
picked
was
up.
very helpful.
Tyler was given very clear directions. It's like, help him if you can. I don't need to lose 2 people. So he's going to do what he can and try not to die or get trapped. He honestly doesn't know which one would be worse at this point.
Our mileage may vary.
Our mileage may vary.
True.
Yeah, we were driving back up to see what was going on. Since the last time we were here, we get up there and it looks like a dilapidated building, like it's supposed to. Now that it's like dawn.
Yeah, we figured out that it's only available from dusk until a short time before dawn.
It's also significantly less snow than when you all left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the time, or the night that is being repeated here is one that is, of course, back when the place was intact. And also a very snowy night.
Fucking terrible is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, other than the building being intact, I suppose that part's probably all right.
We pick up where we left off. You all are standing at this curvature in the hill, looking onto the dilapidated remains of this old lodge.
Well,
Daytime.
Sorry, go on.
All right, well, from what we figured, the people we're after hadn't made it inside the liminal space since they arrived early for it. So this might be good for what we've been assigned to do.
Yeah, so I suppose we won't be dealing with that until next evening.
Well, according to Saldena, you're either in it or you're not. And if they're in the area, they were technically in it. Just they were probably further along than what we were able to find for tracks, and those whatever tracks were made were likely covered up.
Well, I think the issue was that we found you can only enter it if you cross through its border while it's active.
Yes, we were in it and they were not. And there's
So
once the veil is thin, there's no way to not get in it.
But if they were already in it, I think they just existed parallel to it without actually being inside. From the information we have so far, I'm not extremely experienced in these kinds of things.
Well, worst thing we can do is look around for them.
Indeed.
I want to say no harm in that, but you never know.
At the very least, it should be a lot more normal. Just average everyday harm. Being cold, wolves, fairies. You
It does
understand.
look like it snowed. Yeah. It does look like it did snow out here, not as much as it did inside the space. So their tire tracks might be covered, but possibly not as much.
It'll make it easier to search.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose we should look around for that and see.
Well, I'm going to drive the truck up further this time. And then, like, roughly at where we believe the precipice to be, and then look for their tire tracks. If any.
I mean, the big issue with progressing with the truck is that the foliage gets dense.
Gotcha.
Unless you're willing to drive through bushes and stuff haphazardly.
No, because then we could end up stuck here with the truck, and that is far worse. So, nope, we're going to hoof it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather walk a little bit because we didn't want to drive the truck into danger than walk a lot because we got the truck stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all had already parked the truck and gone up the hill, so that remains the same. You
Do we
are looking at the dilapidated building.
Oh, perfect. All right.
going to look for tracks? For any tire tracks, any footprints of people walking through?
With the fresh snowfall, no, nothing's sticking out to you.
Let's see. You know more about these liminal spaces, right?
I mean, I'd like to think that I've been fairly well educated so far.
We did come to the conclusion that it's not that it's centralized in an area, but there's not like a keystone in it. It's just
Well,
kind of blankets the
normally
whole thing.
there's not an area so large covered, especially not if it's emanating from one source. In a very real sense, this liminal space defies expectation to some degree, and thus we could be playing with new rules.
Correct me
Very
if I'm
exciting.
wrong, but the borders seem to correlate with perception of the lodge itself. Whether it's literally being able to perceive the lodge conceptually means you are inside it, or the physical border just happens to be by coincidence at that spot. I can't quite say. But it is something to keep in mind.
Zemian.
Mm-hmm.
We started encountering the heavy snowfall and whatnot well before we came into view of the lodge, right?
Yes.
So that would indicate that it's not the perception of the lodge that does it. The lodge seems to be the focal point, but it seems that the greater area is still affected well before we get to the lodge itself.
Unless there are objections, I recommend that we split up and search different areas. The only things that should be up here at this point should be the people we're looking for. Or other mortals.
As long as I don't run into any angry wolves.
Well, you might if you find the people we're looking for, depending on their mood.
That's true.
You've already found one.
He looks around.
I stare blankly at him. I'll go search the
she's
woods.
A sorcerer.
I'll go search the woods. I'm a little more comfortable out in the wilds. If the two of you want to try to search the inside of the lodge and split up in there.
Sounds good.
It might be a good idea. In fairness, you know what Get of Leica thinks like. And he looks over to Raven. You know what a sorcerer would be looking for. And admittedly, having me search on my own may not be very efficient, as I am just sort of guesstimating.
Well, honestly, if we find any sign of anyone being around at all, I think that will be what we're looking for. But I can tell you, at least I can tell you how I would, or what I would be looking for if I were the sorcerer in question. Honestly, almost anything of supernatural interest would be appealing.
Yes. I mean to say that it seems like Lee was his name. Had very specific interests in trying to cure his love interest, and thusly you're more in tune with magic as a whole, and thus would be able to recognize signs and signals and what have you, things that would be of interest to him, and follow the clues.
Goes.
Well, I am admittedly also somewhat experienced with the supernatural. My understanding is a far wider pool, much more shallow.
Are you telling me you don't want to split up?
I'm saying that splitting up to a degree is not a terrible idea, but it may be prudent for me to go with at least one of you.
All right. Well, the two of us can search the building. It shouldn't be a problem.
He'll give a short nod.
Sounds like a good plan. All right. And he will begin making his way into the woods.
So let's start with the woods. Let's see. You're gonna be looking around. Let's do. You know what? Yeah, let's do a survival. And any mental attribute.
Oh, that's the wrong dice spot. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
Uh,
Gotta keep track of so many dice spots.
Next.
Back in my day, we had to roll physical dice and tell each other what we rolled.
Back
Look.
in my day.
Because additionally, the first time session. Oh, I need to gain a piece of evidence first. Okay. 2.
Yeah, you go searching through the woods, looking and looking, and you do eventually find one of the slopes. A slope that runs parallel with the proper road, it looks like. Way down the slope, you see a suspicious mound of snow, and as you look at it, at first you thought you were looking at a strange rock at a passing glance, but then you realize you are seeing the potential underside of some kind of vehicle that is under a layer of snow. It's a little bit of a ways down there. It's not an easy way to get down there, other than just kind of slowly as possible making your way down the slope and trying not to get entangled in any bushes or branches or any of that. Making your way down, you reach what appears to be a truck. Current yearish, from the apparent look of the grill when you brush some snow off of it.
We'll go and get to any of the doors.
Yeah, your best option is to clamber up the side of it, as you quickly find out this truck is on its side. And so you clamber on top, you start brushing snow off the door, exposing the window, and you can see inside the cabin, and there's nobody inside. You do see the driver's side door handle looks broken as you go to open it, and it doesn't really offer much resistance. It just kind of pulls all the way out. No mechanism operates in the door, but the door opens. It seems the door was damaged some way, perhaps.
Current year, something 4x4 capability. No one inside. Doors damaged. Fuck. Can I search the inside of it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna search the inside of it.
Yeah, I'll just give you that for free. You look around inside. There's not much. The interior is fairly clean. Still has that shampooed sort of smell to it. Definitely a rental, you think. You don't see any personal effects. None of the usual types of things that fill cup holders or other such things inside the interior. This isn't really a personal vehicle. And there's not much in the way of stuff. Like, sure, checking the glove box, there's, an owner's manual and stuff like that, but there's nothing else.
I know on the outside of the vehicle you said the vehicle had like a good pile of snow on it. Is the surrounding of the vehicle the same way?
Yeah.
No discernible tracks immediately.
No. It is snowed since however this got here. Presumably down the slope. Considering looking up, you do see broken branches and stuff that would have been in its path. But, it's all fresh now.
We have the receipts still. I checked the license plate.
Same vehicle.
All right, that's what I assumed, but know what assuming does. Is the rest of this slope snowy or no?
Yeah, everything's snowing. You've had one of the first snows of the year.
Okay. I was more like, do I try to whistle for them and potentially cause an avalanche? Like I would have more sense than that.
That's snowy.
Yeah. Well, there are only two places for them to go, up or down. And there's only one place for them to go that's up. So that means, unfortunately, I have to go further down.
Well, in the meantime, those of you approaching the building, you make your way up the deck, kind of surrounding the outside of the building, using the same side entrance in the dining hall that you used last night. Although as you approach, you find the window nearest the door has been shattered for who knows how long. Inside what furniture remains is, let's say, seen better days. Damp, moldy, potentially falling apart. What chairs are still around you may not want to risk sitting in for fear of them falling apart on you, having been exposed to the elements for so long.
Yeah.
There are no blood stains or anything of the sort like you had seen previously. No bodies, just a place that has been mostly cleared out and has been open to the elements in the wilderness for decades.
All right. I think the easiest thing to look for would be, at least to start with, would be any areas that have been disturbed at all.
That sounds reasonable.
Let's go ahead. Let's do. Methinks. This skill list, Mang.
Yeah, I have thoughts on it.
It's a little bit.
That's for the review.
Yeah,
Do we have like
we'll
a
call
awareness?
It's not a great role for this.
I guess we do.
We'll call it enigmas.
Okay.
This is kind of an enigma.
Enigma is mental.
Yeah.
This one is okay. Yeah, it's slash dice roll, not slash roll. Let's see. It was 8. And is there a difficulty or just the difficulty one?
Is the difficulty 0 because it's an investigation.
Oh, right.
Huh. Okay.
I got 1 success.
Same. On 8 dice.
So
Also same.
y'all are gonna find different things. So, Raven, you start just picking through what is closest. There is the dining hall, as well as, this general lounge area and the kitchens that are attached to the dining hall. You pluck your way through the kitchens, and you do find, curiously enough, there is what are they called? One of those like camping shit. They're like the little mini stovetops, essentially.
Oh, like one of
the
those
little
propane tops.
Yeah, a little propane tank with the burner that goes on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just propane burners.
You find one of those that looks like it was set up. There's a cooler that is sitting on the floor.
Well, it's gonna pop the cooler open. See what's inside.
There's some ice inside, some drinks, bottles of water mostly. Lots of bottles of water. You start sifting through it. There is also some stuff like eggs and such.
Modern labels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other just easy to cook on this burner type food. That is okay to kind of be on ice. And there's, with how cold it is right now, there's only a little bit of water gathered in the bottom of the cooler.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if this cooler had been here for a long time, it would have melted and refrozen several times and just been ice coating the bottom instead of ice cubes.
Yeah.
Hey, I found a spot where it looks like they set up for some food. Surprised they didn't take it with them though.
Dami's character's investigating at the same time. So
yeah, we're a little separated being
he goes deeper into the lodge to go look for clues of anything out of place. There is, not too terribly far in, just a little ways down the hall, most of the bedrooms have been cleared out. But you do find one bedroom that there's, well, it's barren, to be quite frank.
Mm-hmm.
But you check the attached bathroom, and you do, curiously enough, find like a set of toothbrushes and toothpaste, as well as a crumpled bottle of water
Hmm.
that is now empty.
I suppose that's some sign that people are here.
I suppose we won't just reconvene now.
Well, yeah, I was thinking. He was just thinking aloud as he finds this. Yeah, he will
didn't hear
go
what he
to
said.
get his compatriot.
Yeah. Hey, I found a spot where it looks like they set up for some food. Modern labels. The cooler hasn't been here for several decades. All that. Since it's still here and set up, I assume they either had to leave in a hurry, and there isn't really any sign of that I saw, or they intended to stay around for some time.
Well, I found some toiletries, so that would corroborate that.
All right. So, well, I suppose it's not a guarantee that they're still here, but it means they probably wanted to still be here. I think we should search further. The lodge is a pretty big place. They could be in another part of it easily.
Mm-hmm.
So, while y'all are searching for any further signs, we'll jump back out to our get-a-like out on the side of the mountain. What are you doing?
Making my way further down the mountain to see if they had gone farther down the slope, potentially after the car crash, or, well, what I assume to be a car crash, or if whoever was involved, took shelter, somewhat nearby, just further down. Because they're already searching up there, where would be the natural place for someone to go. He's going down the slope to see if there was another place they could have gone.
Go ahead, give me a survival and a mental.
Not actively tracking anything, so I will take 3 successes. I'm sorry, 4 successes.
Yeah. Yeah, you come down searching with the fresh snow. You're just kind of doing your best.
Yeah.
Because there's not really going to be much in the way of tracks and everything. So you're searching. You spend a decent amount of time scoping out down this slope, and there's no evidence of them. Should keep in mind you have 3 extra hits to do stuff with. You can convert some of it into momentum, stuff like that.
True, we are back down to 3.
Yes.
Or I guess back up because we're net negative last
Where
time.
do we cap on momentum?
10.
10?
Right?
We'll Can I use one of them to ask an additional question?
Sure.
Does there look like a clear spot or like clear line where there is heavier than usual snowfall and what we were expecting or what happened last night? Okay. Then the other 2 will go into momentum.
Yeah. I will say between those 2 things of just you searching and the snowfall, you don't think they came down the slope.
Yep. Which is fine. Wanted to check.
So you guys are up to momentum 5.
Momentum 5.
Got it.
Those of you searching the rest of the lodge, you do find in the lobby there seems to be some carvings that have been dug into the floor. It doesn't take a genius to figure out this is potentially the beginnings of some kind of ritual circle or something.
Yeah. I'll take a close look, just kind of feeling over the texture of the carvings. Do they feel new, or something that might have been here for a while and worn down
They
a bit?
seem pretty fresh.
Okay.
Not like, within hours fresh, but
Yeah.
there hasn't been enough time for a lot of dirt or anything to settle here.
Yeah. The edges aren't like worn smooth and stuff.
No.
I'll take a walk around the carving, pacing a few times, and think and try to discern what the purpose of it is, if I can.
It's still very early formation. Go ahead. Actually, no. There's not much to it because of how early it is, so I'm not going to ask for a roll. There is essentially the initial, what you would recognize that would amount to something akin to as boundary lines, essentially. Pretty standard. You're establishing like the containment for the formulas and stuff.
Yeah.
And you can see that there are the initial control runes and such that have been put down. There is not much actually written for whatever formula is going to go into this.
Okay, so they have some baseline stuff they would use for a lot of different rituals at the same time.
This is pretty standard. If you're going to do big occult ritual stuff, this is going to be typically what's going to be involved at the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Because you kind of want to contain the magic and not have it just run wild.
Yeah. All right. So they are setting up for a ritual of some sort, but aren't far enough along for me to tell exactly what kind. At least not based on this. Again, evidence they probably intended to stay in the area. But
well, they should be around here unless something happened to them.
Yeah.
We didn't find them last night, and well, if they weren't there last night, then they can't be there now.
Unless they entered after we left, but I don't see why they would do that.
I think if they were camping here and they saw that the space was utterly different, visibly, then they probably would have left the area again. Unless that was what they were looking for, in which case all bets are off.
Yeah. You're also dealing with another archivist here, and seeing something strange, a lot of us will forge ahead to find out what it is.
Let me see.
Anyway, it's been long enough that we should probably check on our friend.
Tyler does want to stop at the truck again.
Okay. Sure.
The door, it's all fucked up.
Yeah. It looks like, at a very surface level inspection, it looks like the handle must have been... It's not a terribly uncommon thing. It's not a super regular issue, but chances are you've probably known somebody who's had this issue. People from yanking on a door handle before it's unlocked too many times or just being unnecessarily rough can cause a door handle to break. So it no longer functions and the door no longer latches. That seems to be the case here.
Yeah. So
Because when you
that's
close the door, there's no audible click. When you pull the handle, there's no click of it unlatching. It just, the handle pulls totally free, and then the door follows once the handle's at max distance.
yeah. Just wanting to like double check. Are there no other like exterior or interior like damage? Like, does it look like people were trapped inside and were trying to like force their way out, or does it look like because the exterior handle is the thing that's fucked up? What Tyler is trying to see is if like people were inside thrashing about, like
There's
trying to.
nothing fascinating about the interior.
Okay.
The exterior, the paint job does have nicks and scratches and scrapes
But
all over the body.
yeah, something that rolled down a hill probably does.
Yeah.
It's the door handle that's odd. Okay, that's all I wanted to double check was to see if there was anything that I missed like damage wise.
Nope.
Right, back up the hill.
So the two of you are coming out of the lodge to look for your get-a-like-a buddy when you see him working his way up the steep slope that is running parallel to the road. Well, what would be a road. It's now a little overgrown and covered in things, but would be the road.
Did you find anything?
Well, we know they're here somewhere.
Well, we know they were here and at least intended to still be here.
Well, wherever they went, if they're not on the other side, they didn't go in a truck. Because it's down there at the bottom of the hill.
Oh, you think they crash it?
It looks like it took a tumble. Whether or not they crashed it is a different, conversation, or if, maybe it wasn't parked very well. And either way, not the important part. The important part is that's the vehicle we're looking for. It is not how they left if they did leave, which I'm not convinced that they did. And the handle on one of them is foobar.
Huh.
Where, as if, if you yank too hard on a door and you break the handle, but the handle doesn't come off, you just break the actual door. That kind of deal.
The mechanism inside it.
Yeah, it just, like nothing. You just, no click, nothing. You can move it up and down freely. It might as well be a flap.
Yeah. So someone was probably trying to open it pretty enthusiastically.
Yes, from the outside.
Yeah. Which isn't usually the direction you're trying to go through a car door after it tumbles down a hill.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think someone was trying to get in after them?
I'm pretty sure it's our slasher friend.
Oh, yes, the chainsaw wielding one.
Yeah. Now, mind you, if you have a chainsaw, why would you open the door? But
maybe they were trying to escape something and tried pulling on it a lot before they got it unlocked.
I don't think chainsaws go through metal doors very quickly.
Not well.
I mean, they probably go through car windows at least, right?
Nothing about this situation is normal, so I'm not going to, discount its possibility to go through a vehicle. But the vehicle was absent of any chainsaw markings, but, hard to tell considering it rolled down a hill. I think that they're on the other side, and when everything transitioned, wherever they were at the time, they had to operate from there. Whether that means they went for the car and took a tumble, or something else, don't know.
What we found were some mundane supplies, a cooking setup, like a camp cooking setup, some toiletries, things they definitely would have only left here if they were planning to be around for a while, along with a barely started ritual circle. It's too early in its construction to tell its exact purpose, but again, they probably wanted to finish that, so they at least wanted to remain here on this side, I think.
As an archivist, what would stop you from completing a ritual?
Force, probably. Or another ritual being more interesting, I suppose.
So what I'm thinking happened, they got up here. They parked the vehicle. They went about their business getting set up for camp for the little honeymoon away from, the universe. They start setting up this circle so Lee can do whatever he thinks he can do. The transition happens. Hell breaks loose. They go for the truck. Tyler's probably not used to driving a 4x4. Probably not used to having to handle a truck. I should have checked to see if the thing was manual or automatic. Probably manual. They take a bad turn, they're forced off because of whatever this thing is that Maria was talking about. They take a tumble.
I know it exists, but it's a bit odd that we haven't seen anything of it.
I was going to ask whether or not you're actually disappointed by that, but I think I know that answer. I've only known you for 2 days.
I like to think I'm rather consistent.
Yep. Either way, I think we might want to ask Maria some more questions. Like, does she always start in the same spot every day?
Yeah. I want to take a look at the ritual circle again, if you don't mind. I want to see if it looks like it was stopped suddenly, or if whoever was carving it got to a natural stopping point before doing something else.
I'm fine to take a look.
So, you all make your way back inside.
Yeah.
Head over to the ritual circle. What are you searching for?
I want to see if it looks like the process of carving it was stopped suddenly, like someone was, yoinked into another dimension mid-carving, or if they had...
Nothing about it seems to imply that.
Okay.
It seems that this was just preparation before the rest was filled in.
Well, if they were pulled over when the space became active, it was after these steps were finished.
Okay.
So they simply didn't get to the next stage of it.
Yeah, this kind of spot is a pretty natural stopping point if you want to take a break. Or haven't figured out the next steps. Whatever the situation is.
You said you found, like, camping gear, like a Bunsen burner?
Well, a Bunsen burner is actually for chemistry use, but yeah, it was a, those little propane burners?
Yeah.
It's like the single stove, but yeah, one of those.
I assumed that he improvised and had a Bunsen burner. That's why I made the insinuation.
Okay, that's fair, actually.
Although Blair probably has an actual. Either way.
Yeah, it's right out there in the cafeteria area.
Okay. Checking it. Is the valve open or shut?
Shut.
Okay.
So they didn't leave in a hurry.
Yeah, that's part of what I'm looking into. I think we need to talk to Maria.
Nothing
See how
points to them leaving in a hurry. They're just not here right now.
Yeah.
It seems so. Everything, all the evidence seems very casual.
It seems like they set up and then just went away.
Oh, they're not farther down the hill. I checked down there. No sign of them. Going through the woods, only sign of them I found was the overturned truck. And then all their signs point that they should be here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
They'd have very little reason to travel back down the hill if they were set up and were, just looking to leave again and they left everything behind. So
Yeah, if that were the case, I assume they at least would have finished what they came here to do before walking back down.
yeah. They might have waited till morning to try to make their way back down the hill. When they could see and it was daylight and not wind howling at them, but I don't believe that's the case. So our options are kind of limited in finding them. I think we should try to be here in the lodge itself when night falls.
That is my thought.
I agree. It's the only way to know, I think, if we'll be transferred into the other space during that time.
But I think there's some questions that we need to ask Maria about, every time the cycle started, did she always wake up in the same spot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And see how much of a loop it was.
I wonder if there's anything particularly noticeable to anyone inside when new people show up. Other than hearing them screaming while they get cut in half if you're nearby or something.
I imagine that'd be quite startling.
Yeah. I mean, after 20 years, you would probably start to recognize the screams of your fellow inhabitants. So a new one might be surprising.
That's dark.
Yes.
Our entire existence is dark. Don't know if you've caught on to that.
He just
Or
kind of.
You know what?
He just
You
kind of
would
looked for a moment.
probably think it's a joy.
I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And also, there's so much to learn about the universe and what is here and how we can interact with it. What's not to enjoy about that?
The fact that it interacts back.
I mean, if it
Right,
didn't, would it be worthwhile?
It's not worthwhile.
But to be fair, magic isn't exactly the worst thing to be addicted to, but it is an addiction nonetheless.
I'm gonna go back to the truck. We're gonna go talk to Maria, and then, they already left us supplies here, so.
Yeah, we don't need to bring a camp stove or eggs or water. We should probably bring our own toothbrushes, though.
I'm going to
That
bring
makes
some
sense.
venison jerky.
I've never had that.
Well, you're in for a treat. I don't make it myself. Someone else in the lodge does.
Sounds nice.
Yeah.
I want to head back to Maria, talk to our time traveler. I don't know if that's going to eat too much time.
Not a ton.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's morning right now.
Yeah, it's daytime right now.
Yeah.
Like, y'all been active for a while at this point.
So, head on back.
If you want, I could stay here and just keep an eye on things in case they come back. I might not know what to search for, but if it's just holding down base, that should be easy enough.
Do you feel comfortable doing that?
I mean, there's no reason I shouldn't.
You were the one that was scared of wolves earlier?
No, I was concerned of wolves. Wolves can eat people.
I'm going to the car. If you come with, welcome to come with. If you want to stay here, you can stay here. Tyler starts walking.
I go with him.
Okay. Till you make the walk back to your truck. And it's a calm walk, calm drive back to Tyler's place. Maria's still there, as well as your quote-unquote cousin.
I'm just stopping by for a few things. Still stuck here. Sorry. Trying to wrap this up.
Right.
Rhea, I got a couple questions if you're willing to answer.
I can do my best.
You don't have to say like a cop.
I mean, we are investigating.
I guess.
Either way. When this little loop that you constantly have to go through day in and day out, I imagine you know it well. Do you always find yourself in the same spot?
No, not really. There's a downtime between the loops.
Okay. If you had to guess how long that downtime is.
She shrugs. No idea.
Okay.
So when the loop starts again, the environment just resets. The killer is somewhere, but you stay wherever you are already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it feels like hours. Sometimes it feels like it could be days. It's not measurable.
I suppose that makes sense. When you do die, is there a particular place where you come back, or no?
Not really. Things just kind of stop. And then it's like remembering a nightmare. And you're just in the middle of doing something.
Huh. So the loop sets the scene, so to speak.
I guess, if you want to be dramatic about it.
Or during this loop, you're not able to. Are you able to exit the building? When you're in that
When I
downtime.
die, yeah.
What was the question?
If in the downtime, if they're able to exit the building.
Oh, you say if you want to die, you can?
Yeah, I mean, there's the immediate surroundings you can walk around in, but anything beyond that is, I don't know. I never tried it myself. Everybody else who did claimed to see all kinds of crazy shit.
Okay. Good to know. Let's see. When you did anything feel different when you got into the car with us, other than it being freezing?
Not really.
Okay.
Felt relieved.
Did you hear anything outside what you usually hear during this? Car crashing, different like voices you hadn't heard before?
No.
Okay. Well, Raven, you got any questions?
No, that covered everything I was going to ask.
We're still figuring out what to do for your situation, all things considered. Uh, did you really know anyone in there?
Why? Why do you want to know?
That way, if we find ourselves there, if we're able to kind of get them to immediately, listen to what we're saying and not immediately freak out and try to bolt down 3 hallways. We could say, "Hey, Maria sent us."
That place. There are things there in between the loops. It is why I ran from you and why the others almost certain. You can never be quite sure. What you're seeing is what is real.
Gotcha. This can be a difficult question to ask. Could you describe your killer? That's a strange thing to say to a living person.
Um, I mean, it's not human. I mean, he's man-ish. You know, walks around on 2 feet, tall, almost lumberjack type build. But skin is like, I don't know, almost like knotted wood or something. This sort of frosty, I don't even know how to describe it. It's almost like a cold mist just kind of pouring out of empty sockets. His face is barely recognizable as human, but wearing clothes still, funnily enough. Jeans, boots, flannel jacket, carrying around a rather large chainsaw. Has this,
Gotcha.
I don't know, coldness about him. You'll know he's coming before you see or hear him.
Has anyone ever managed to harm him? Have there been any attempts to fight back at all?
Yeah. None of us are really fighters, per se, so those attempts generally ended up with chainsaw on the chest, somebody getting shoved through something, severe head trauma. The list can really go on.
Mm. If people are being shoved through things, it sounds like he is pretty strong at least. And if he can swing a
Yes.
chainsaw around, I mean, they're pretty heavy.
Yeah. Like I said, none of us are really fighters. And it is a very physically imposing thing.
Yeah. Is he fast at all?
Yes and no. Doesn't really seem to run or anything like that, but has a knack for getting around quickly still, somehow. I don't know.
Oh, it just
Might just be the
shows up
area
anyway.
helping him out, or maybe he actually can teleport or something. I don't know. But he just gets around.
It just
Is
appears
there-
where appropriate for what he's trying to do. Sorry.
I guess you could put it that way.
Strange question. There's not like a sense when someone's become cursed, right? There's not like a preternatural.
No, not really.
Okay.
You can pick up on when magic and stuff is happening, but well, actually, no. You can pick up on other curse. That is a thing. I forgot that was something they have in there.
She she a curse now?
So that's kind of something that has me scratching my head because I want to say yes. I am not sure how to quantify her as an curse based off of the options in the book.
Okay. So I get the sense that she's no longer immortal at this point.
Should probably.
Yeah, I mean, all accursed are still mortal in a sense, but not necessarily entirely human either.
Yeah.
She's definitely human, so she's probably more akin to your sorcerer or archivist friend here in that. Definitively human, but other shit
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah. Thank God we don't need more chimeras.
So, despite being killed several times, she has managed to not wind up as one of the dead. Impressive.
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
It was a question I wanted to ask the last time, but I was just like, she fucked up now because she had to live through all that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm thinking like if like a fucking someone got stuck in the Feywild for a while, didn't realize it, and got out.
it's supposed to be a theme with Curseborne that people who get entangled with the accursed in some way or another end up cursed themselves eventually.
Okay.
In either minor or major ways, sometimes becoming accursed themselves.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah. Well,
I
go ahead.
can kind of see how, if there isn't another category to neatly slot into, just seeing and experiencing the supernatural and gaining that insight, making someone a sorcerer would make sense, I suppose. If they were someone who wanted to delve deeper into it, at least.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But sorcerers, I don't think they're noted as being particularly numerous or anything like that. So I don't know.
Well, sorcerers generally happen as people actively try to do magic.
Oh,
So
like,
pretty much a thing happens to you and suddenly you can sling spells.
yeah.
From my understanding, it is somebody who actually takes an interest in doing magic in some way, shape, or form, or at least believing in rituals of some kind, like you could probably swing a sorcerer that is themed after a syndicate mage for Mage the Ascension, but
Yeah.
that's not really what they're going for with the sorcerer aesthetic, but you can probably flavor it that way with how they describe how doing magic works.
Fair.
Yeah. The like corporate occult thing.
Yeah, so but my takeaway with how the sorcerers are, and it might be me misinterpreting it, and remember, listeners, this is new to us still.
Yeah, and also not
My
finished.
understanding, interpretation is that sorcerers are people who got a little greedy in trying to do magic, and they have become a curse because of it.
Hence the addiction.
They actually fucking cracked open the tomes and figured out magic is real and learned how to do it. And now they can't stop themselves from doing it. They have to do it. Very almost Lovecraft in a way. It's like once you know about these things, you can't just turn your back on them.
Yeah,
Same
that was
with magic here.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking, just experiencing the supernatural and being like, oh, okay, so this stuff is real. Can I do things related to it myself? But I don't know if everyone would necessarily follow that thought pattern. I guess it really would depend on the person.
Yeah. But either way, she's jacked up in some way or another. The degree and severity of it, up for debate. Not our problem at the moment.
Not what we're looking for.
No.
Yeah, we'll have to deal with that later. Unfortunately, the other issue is time sensitive.
Yeah. So thanks for the information. We're gonna work on finding our people. Tommy, if I come back with more folks, I apologize. I'm hoping that we can get this settled quickly.
Right. Well, you owe me.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna owe a couple people, I feel. But that's alright. Bo's gonna owe me. I'm gonna go into my fucking fridge, grab my things of venison jerky. Alright, let's head back and get ready to set up camp.
At least there's a building there to camp inside. Kind of.
True. And at some point, it will get warmer.
While the others are away, presuming that the two we're looking for don't show up, I've kind of started setting things up to live in.
How are you going to do that?
I'm gonna collect the stovetop and the food and organize some things. Might not be the best job, but it's a start.
So where are you?
In the main area, food or the area, the room we entered into when we've been using the side entrance.
Okay, so the lounge/dining hall. Sure.
Yeah, have that as kind of the base camp living room area.
So you take the cooler and the burner out of the kitchen and into the dining hall. Okay.
Yeah.
Eventually, the other two show back up. It's a little bit after midday.
All right.
Anything interesting happened while we were gone?
Not particularly.
Okay.
So
just thought I'd get things ready. Voila.
I see.
Talk to Maria. There's downtime between the actual loops that's inconsistent, at least per her, what she's able to tell. Could be a couple hours, could be a couple what feels like days. Most don't travel outside the lodge because those that did and came back said there were real freaky shit out there. So probably things that you're more familiar with, but didn't get any names or descriptions because she never went out there herself.
Oh, damn. I just thought of a question I should have asked her.
Hmm.
Well, I suppose I can ask somebody else inside if we go in there, but if anything in particular causes a loop to end.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
That'd be a good one. Seems to play with their mind a little bit. They see things that aren't really there.
Mhm.
So that's why she bolted when she saw us.
Well, she said there were things out in the hall other than just the one creature, I suppose. Humanoid shaped.
Yeah, we
Thing
also
with
got
a
a
chainsaw.
description. Yeah, we also got a description of him. Well, them. Not a wood-like texture for like their face with two eyes that seem to be like pouring frost out of them. Lumberjack build, bipedal.
Sounds like an angry
yeah,
tree.
yeah, sounds like a pain in the
Angry
ass.
winter tree.
Um,
He's gonna
but
pull out
she
a
also,
little notebook and take a few notes.
yeah, she also stated that you'll know he's coming for you before you see him.
Mm. And she was normal, right?
I mean, normal someone could be being sent 40 years in the future.
No, I
After,
mean like she's not an accursed like us, right?
not
I never
from,
really asked that.
not really all like us. I mean, she definitely has something going on, but I'm not here to identify that. I'm not my job to do that. I
Yeah,
could,
an experience like this will do that to probably anyone, but identifying that is much less time sensitive than what we're dealing with.
you could describe her as being a bit off now.
Okay.
It's only the middle of the day, so we still got plenty of time. Can you all think of anyone else that we need to talk to?
Uh, Honestly, I could try my contacts again now that it's actually daytime, but a lot of the questions we had when we were trying to call them before, we've already had answered. Well, in the middle of the day, I don't really have to call them. I can just go to the headquarters.
Yeah. Which is an option. And you are an archivist. Do you think there's an archive of such events?
Probably. I don't know if we would have this particular one in there. I would hope they would have told me before sending me to deal with it, but
Well, to be fair, they didn't send you to deal with this, they sent you to find a missing person.
that's true. I guess we didn't know ahead of time it was related to this. So, worth a look.
Do you want to stay back up? I mean, it's noon. We got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Do you want to stay up here still all by your lonesome while I drive her down to the city?
Well, I think we've moved all their stuff. They're gonna know someone visited, which I guess maybe is as good as anything.
We'll leave them a
It
note.
might behoove us to go down and get more like stuff for staying here and whatnot.
I'll write a note and I'll leave it with the burner.
I wouldn't mind bringing something soft to lay on that isn't halfway made of mold and permafrost at this point. Well, regular frost, I suppose.
Yeah. So you
I-
all go ahead and load up on the truck.
Yep.
Make your way back into Morwell.
Yeah.
Heading to the Archivist's Library.
Am I like allowed to tell people where that is?
Not really.
Oh, okay. I'll get them to drop me off a few blocks away and just say, all right, please don't follow me. I'll come back
won't.
here in a few hours. I'll
Okay.
say it's 2 hours. Well, how much time do we have? And how long did it take to actually get here from the mountain anyway?
A little over an hour.
Okay, so I want to give us an hour and a half to get back there. And we need to get there before sunset, which is, what time is sunset this time of year? I don't know what time of year exactly it is. Sounds like it's the beginning of winter.
It's going to be around 4 o'clock ish.
Whew, okay.
The sun's going to start going down. And by the
All
time
right.
it's like 6 o'clock, it's going to be fucking dark.
Yeah, in that case, I'll be back here at, what time is it now?
Well, we'll say 1.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be back here at 3.
Okay.
Which will give us, 4 to 4:30 arriving back at the mountaintop.
What about you? Do you have to go to your radio show?
Oh, I run that whenever I want. And besides, the journalist can hold down the fort.
Well, we'll drop you off, and then I guess I'll take him around town, see if maybe do you know where some of your contacts are here? Maybe you can, knock on some doors.
I don't think the people I know are the door having type.
Right. Raven will speak at you later.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll pop the umbrella open and dip down an alley.
Sure.
Make my way toward the. There isn't really a name for what each family's kind of headquarters would be. I want to just call it the archive. I don't think that's correct, but you know what I mean.
You to assume they all have a headquarters.
Yeah, that's true. I guess not everyone necessarily has one, especially not the outcasts. They seem a little more individual.
So you head to the library.
Yeah.
What was it again you wanted to look for?
Well, I wanted to see if there's any particular records of events like these, just dealing with liminal spaces and such. And if there is anything similar to this one, or if there is actually a record about this one in particular, that would be fantastic. But I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, give me enigmas with a mental.
Okay. I will use intelligence for this one, since I am quite literally doing book learning. So this will be 7 dice, enigmas 3, yes, 7. 2 successes.
So you find some reading material. You have 2 questions.
Yeah. Okay, so the answer of do they have a record like that is a yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to amount to whatever questions you ask is what material is available, essentially.
Okay. I guess. Well, first, do we actually have anything on this one? It doesn't seem like one that's been delved into a lot, so I assume not.
I'm telling you, you have 2 questions that you can ask about whatever.
Oh, okay.
In regards to this.
Yeah. Has something like this involving people being trapped in a space, a very genre-based space, for that matter, has that been solved and fixed before?
There are studies of loopholes and liminal spaces and battlegrounds and such that end up closing or ending through some means or another. There are recorded instances of some liminal spaces being quote unquote solved, while some are just apparently endless as far as anybody can tell.
Yeah. I know we have to kind of work to figure out the rules of the space, which we have made some progress with. I don't know if we have anyone among our number who particularly enjoy going to these places on a regular basis. Do we have any material on just general guidance, rules of thumb for exploring spaces like this and figuring them out?
You're asking if there's material generally about liminal spaces. Yes.
I mean, like specifically, like how to survive in them if you're going to go. How do you go about figuring out their rules if you don't have like people to communicate with and such? Which I know we do, but we might not always have the opportunity here.
That is the equivalent of asking, how do you survive in the wilderness?
Oh, okay. So a little too
What
broad.
kind of wilderness?
Yeah. Yeah, then okay. Right, I am open to suggestions. I'm not entirely sure what to. I don't have anything specific to narrow in on right now, unless there's something from last session I'm forgetting.
So, for our current situation, we have 2 individuals potentially trapped.
Yeah.
The spaces are completely different from one another, so and the reality is different from the liminal space, physically and temporally, potentially even climate-wise. We know that it's a loop. We know that there is something inside that's acting as a catalyst. This might be a time to find out if uh liminal spaces have like specific keystones.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll go for that.
So, do liminal spaces have quote unquote keystones? Is the question.
Yeah, like is there a way to like just separate it from our reality entirely? And just keep it separated and not have it overlap.
Would that be
Like
a
is
good thing
there
to do with a lot of people already in there?
I mean we're gonna have to do what we're gonna have to do.
Nobody's quite sure if a liminal space, if it decouples from reality, if it just continues to exist, or what happens. But as was said earlier, liminal spaces have been solved before.
Yeah.
Does that mean they entirely close down and vanish from reality and all existence? Or does that mean they are just no longer accessible from the real world? Shrug.
You can
Yeah.
expand
Not
this
everybody can just casually hang out in the outside and go gallivanting in the hopes of finding fragments of liminal spaces just kind of drifting around out there.
That sounds trippy as fuck.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm finding is liminal spaces are not an exact enough science or pool of knowledge to really.
Yeah.
The science of liminal spaces is more art than science.
The common example of liminal space is an old abandoned mall that is way bigger on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love that example.
It is so fucking big that it's, dare I say, backrooms like.
Yeah. It's like a procedurally generated tile set on the inside that just
To the point
follows
where
that
it's nigh
theme.
impossible to find the way out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how fun.
Yeah. Well, at least this one doesn't seem to be like that. Makes it a lot easier to get in and out.
I mean, we're allowed to get out. That's the win.
Yeah.
But as for additional questions, that's the main focal point that I'm thinking on, is because we've already proven that we can get someone out of there.
Yeah.
Unless she's bringing the space with her, which is a different problem altogether. But we fucking can't identify that.
Well, it was still nice to got her out.
Yeah, we can prove that we can walk in and out of it. We see things as they were, not as they are. So there's a level of assumption that, physical deformities done in the physical space, in the real space, don't carry over. Especially since, there's no cars. Well, there's a car on this mountain now. And there was a number of parked cars earlier. They find themselves out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere on their end if they try to wander outside. They're constantly living and dying, so that's a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I
Has anyone tried to harness liminal spaces in the past, like we assume Leah's trying to do?
You've already used your 2 questions.
Oh, okay. I thought we were still fumbling over the second one.
No, you've asked your 2.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just go back to the place I was going to meet up with the others then, because I don't want to be late for that.
While she was doing that, what were you 2 up to?
Did you not have anyone that you wanted to talk to, Dan?
Well, I think anyone that I could talk to is not going to exactly have the answers we would like. We're dealing with something a bit more bespoke at this point.
Okay. Because I already talked to my supernatural contact. I have a archive contact, but we already have someone in the archive, and then my other person's a fence. So,
like, I could always try to ask my friend Leroy Ackerman, the journalist, if they know anything, but it's not likely to turn up much other than like them coming from missing people's cases.
So my thought on that, and why I would actually recommend we follow that. Maria said someone eventually stopped showing up. And, like they were downtrodden, didn't have any connections, and, they just eventually stopped showing up. What if he made it out? And there's some guy in a psych ward that the journalist knows about who claimed that he survived being killed over and over again.
I mean, that's always possible. Did we get a name of that?
I did not make note of a name.
Because I don't think we did.
I don't think we did either. I think she said no one really knew him, so.
Drifters and psych wards is not exactly a uncommon occurrence.
I'm offering us a way to pick up on a lead.
I understand that, but it's a bit too vague for our time frame.
All right. Then we have nothing.
Okay. So you 2 cruise around town for 2 hours.
Stop and get tacos.
Valid. And then you swing by and pick Raven back up.
Brought some tacos.
Drive.
Oh, thanks. I didn't really find anything that helpful, unfortunately. It seems like liminal spaces and loopholes and aren't well, I was going to say it's not an exact science. I don't think you can really call it a science at all.
Can you call anything that we do a science?
Well, kind of. I mean, for sorcerers, at least magic can kind of be treated like a science. But these things, though, are so inconsistent that there just hasn't been any particular study on them, as far as I know. What I'm saying is, I didn't find anything helpful.
Gotcha. We found tacos. That's what we were able to find. So up the mountain we go.
Well, that's helpful in a way, and I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay. You'll eventually make your way back to the lodge. By the time you do, the sun is setting.
We best hurry.
Yeah.
Yes, you are back at the lodge, like I said.
Yep.
So dining room is where we want to be when shit potentially gets wacky.
I'm not sure if our location really matters.
We'll find out.
That's just where I
Yeah.
set us up.
All right. We go into the dining room, the dilapidated fucking dining room, and we get ready to see what happens.
Oh, did we get another curse die when we went inside Tyler's loophole? That was a thing, right?
Yes.
Do we do it every time we go in there? Because that seems exploitable.
You can only do it once per session.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, I assume they thought about someone just like going in and out of it.
So,
Yeah.
I would like to revolving door my loophole.
Yeah,
so Raven and Tyler get an extra curse die.
cool. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you didn't come
I didn't go. Yeah.
back.
So no other preparations. You just hang out in the dining room.
Honestly, I'm not sure what other kinds of preparations we could make. Well, I mean, I can. If we have long enough, we can. And assuming you don't, you have everything you need, we can get more curse dice, which is probably not a bad idea.
I mean, I think it's fine.
I'm going to.
If the story guide says I have the time, I'm going to perform a sacrifice and get a fourth curse die.
Oh, sorry. No, I apologize. I'm killing.
Yeah.
Misthought.
I'm going to give myself 3 armor. I'm going to cast Impenetrable Skin.
Nice.
Okay.
It only lasts for a scene, so I wanted to be for when we go into it. Is have that prepped.
So you don't get spawn killed by the murderer.
I probably still will. It's fine.
What is Raven going to sacrifice?
Let's see. I don't know. They have said that like time can be something you sacrifice, but if I'm literally waiting, I don't really think that works. But I can sacrifice things like effort, at least. So with I will. With the sketchbook I had mentioned previously, I'll work on something for our intervening time. And whatever point I've gotten to in progress, by the time we're coming up on when we need to be ready, I will tear the page out and destroy that piece.
Yeah. So you all hang out doing what you do. The sun slowly setting in the distance. The mountaintop growing darker by the minute. Till eventually it is night out. There is no immediate dramatic shift. No sudden snapping of reality or anything. Instead, there is this subtle transition, this tingling in the back of your mind as you sense the faint traces of a liminality until it becomes stronger and stronger, and then you are aware that you are inside of a liminality.
Here we go.
The wind outside slowly picks up, whipping and howling, and snow begins to fall a little heavier outside, although the building around you has not changed. It remains dilapidated, damaged, aged, and it is colder now.
A definite shift, but not as dramatic as I expected.
Not what I expected at all. Would I be with Esoterica? Would I be able to? Because I know we were able to kind of like see past an illusion that was made by Lee in his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
With Esoterica, would I be able to see into the liminal space?
How do you mean?
So if we're aware that we're in that, like, well, no, you said we're aware that we're in the space.
Yeah.
So that, probably would have been useful to ask if it's always, looks nice outside and doesn't always look like a dilapidated piece of shit. Well, lesson learned.
Yeah.
Going to begin trying to listen, smell for anyone other than the three of us. Are we alone still?
Or is that a power or anything you have, or is this just you asking to make a roll?
Asking to make a roll.
Okay.
Because there is a distinct lack of a perception skill. That's kind of where I'm stuck with.
Yeah, I will say survival and either cunning or resolve.
Go with cunning. Two successes, because that 8's from the reroll. So 2 successes.
Okay. You get the impression that there is something out there. You're not alone anymore. There's not... It's not a sound you hear. It's not necessarily a distinct scent. There is a very primal awareness that perhaps you are not the only hunter here tonight.
The two of you will see Tyler immediately shift his body into a very aggressive stance.
You all right?
Something's hunting.
Is it your friend?
Tyler does not even give you a look. If it's them, they're not friendly anymore.
Well, sounds like we're in the right place then.
Yeah, be on your guard. Do not separate.
Yeah, kind of nervously fidgeting with the handle of my umbrella, which I've got kind of standing in front of me like a cane, but trying to fidget without tapping it or anything, since I don't want to make noise.
I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna check the door that we used to enter the cabin.
What way?
I'm gonna crack it open, take a look outside.
Sure.
going to follow you.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
get together.
Y'all approach that door, open it, look outside. The large shattered window to the left of the door still wide open, but you all peer out the door anyways.
Mhm.
It is dark. The wind is whipping and howling. Snow is coming down. You all stand there looking out in the darkness. You do notice the glass on the door, the small slitted windows, frost over.
Oh, like really suddenly they frost over.
Yes.
I think he's coming.
Chill begins to wash over you all, cutting bone deep. It is somehow colder than the ambient air. You can feel it practically in your soul.
You all feel that too, right?
I think he's
Naturally.
coming. It's coming,
Yeah.
Mr.
We
Tree.
need to be ready.
I give a nod and close the door again and make my way to like kind of the center of the room.
Yeah, I'll do the same, just facing a different direction so that we're... I assume if the three of us stand back to back, we can survey a lot of the room.
Move to the center of the room. The cold seems to fade. But a few moments later, the cold washes over you again. You don't immediately see any frost forming anywhere, but you can feel the proximity if your assumptions are correct.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to just preemptively activate not burning halo. What is it? Fucking burning halo. Just so we're in good illumination.
Yeah.
Does that give off heat?
No.
Okay.
My I just take off my glasses, my eyes light up. The burning flame of curiosity in my soul.
Looking at my options here. What do I want to do?
Why do they all say TPK?
You all hear a creak somewhere above you. Your attention turns looking inward towards the lodge and upward to see the balcony overhead that is above where the main hall goes deeper into the building. And you see the figure there standing in the shadowed darkness. The glow of the halo definitely casting harsh lights and deep shadows around this figure. But it is, as described, black and white, gnarled wood-like features. The face almost unrecognizable as one, save for a strange, crooked mouth that doesn't really move much. It's almost in this partially open state. And these pits of what should be eyes, but instead this sort of dripping, frosty mist forever billowing out. And it's just standing there, staring, breathing slowly and heavily. And you can see the chainsaw, the blade spinning, silently. It points at eeny, meeny, miny, the get of Leica.
Fuck.
And there is going to be a crack of wood around your feet as frigid, thorny branches grasp around your legs and ankles, biting into the flesh and rooting you to the spot. You are, for the moment, immobilized. You can spend an action to break free or have somebody help you.
Am I able to use a reflexive action?
But, yeah, you could.
Cool. Wild form.
Sure. You shapeshift. You're still immobilized, but you shapeshift.
That's fine.
Let me
Good.
double check initiative here.
Yeah. The eeny, meeny, miny, mo, the get of Leica. That little game goes on, and as the ground beneath him begins to shift and bite into him, you hear more shifting as his bones and flesh morph as he goes full werewolf.
Like full big wolf man on two legs.
Yes, big wolf man, 2 legs.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because not necessarily the same werewolf lore across all medias.
Yeah, well, it's not Wolfman, the movie. In the
Initiative.
If you want to look like that.
Initiative is higher of either athletics plus cunning or empathy plus dexterity.
Oh joy.
Oh, that's going to be athletics and cunning, I suppose.
Yeah. Do we roll the pool, or is it just that's the number we get?
I believe you roll and you count your successes.
All right.
That's 4 successes.
I probably should have considered initiative at least a little bit when I placed my dots. I have nothing in either of those skills, but my cunning is 5, so not bad.
I didn't consider it at all. I'm lucky.
I also
there you go.
I also have 4 successes.
A baller.
Okay.
I have 2.
Yeah, getting the double 10s was very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So, the monster will get to go again.
Oh.
This is initiative 5.
Oh, boy.
So, he does that. And let's see. He is going to...
I have to bleed a curse die.
Decisions.
There we go.
Oh, that's a react.
By the way, Brandon, if you want, I can break you out. That way you have your action economy. I am not a fighter, so...
finger is going to point to Dan, and the same thing. These branchy, thorny plant vines break through the wooden floor and wrap around you, grabbing and stinging and piercing. You are also immobilized. And he is going to saunter down the balcony and through a doorway.
You said saunter.
Like you went away?
Yes.
You said saunter? I imagine canter.
No, he just kind of moves as if he is in no rush. And
through a doorway toward us, or just like went somewhere else?
He's upstairs on a balcony. He goes through a doorway up there, out of sight.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Maybe he is a keeper. And with that, I am going to reach into my stomach, and I'm going to pursue up. Oh, right.
It's
initiative. Sorry. Okay, got a little lost in the sauce there.
Going to pick Raven to take her turn. Because the way
All
this
right.
initiative works, it is effectively popcorn in that you declare who goes next.
Huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
weird. So what's the
Oh,
point
like
of
we're just
rolling
roll.
initiative then?
You roll to see who goes first.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
just first, and then after that, it's just
Yeah.
Popcorn.
story guide
It's
declares.
popcorn
Okay.
until everybody has gone.
Oh, okay.
Neat.
So, important thing to point out here. Does that mean you can sit there and say, assuming you got to go first, could you say, well, we're all going to take actions before the monster gets to go? Yes. That also means the monster gets to go twice in a row. Because
Yes, pros and cons.
they get to, because whoever goes last gets to declare who gets to go at the start of the next round.
Ah, fair.
Oh,
And then you can pick yourself when you do that.
yeah. All right. Making a quick evaluation. I think between the two, the less physically imposing person who doesn't have pointy bits on his body is probably less able to get himself out of the vines. So I am going to draw my sword from my umbrella again and try to cut those away as well as I can without,
Yep.
cutting the person.
So yeah, you spend your action breaking away these bits of vine and branch and such that have latched themselves onto Dan, and you break him free. Who would you like to go next?
We'll let Dan go. He's not immobilized.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate the help.
Anything.
I am going to reach into my stomach, and I mean that very literally, and pull out a little orb of what looks like bone or some sort of hard chitinous material. I'm going to turn it a bit, and I'm going to burn away the vines that are holding. I'm bad with names. Tyler, yes. I am using my inheritance. I'm bleeding a cursed die. I am making a essentially herbicide. Is that the correct one?
Sure.
Term. I'm making it something that kills plants.
Yeah.
It has a +2 enhancement to this, and exists until such time that I lose it or I decide I don't need it and put it back in my body.
Okay. So yeah, the plants die in response to this herbicide and wither away.
What the
And I
was that?
think I'm gonna do the pro gamer move of letting the monster go next.
Okay. The monster emerges from the kitchen doorway, and it is going to I believe I had oh right, I don't have it. That's fine. That is very fine. It is going to come and no, he's not going to run because he doesn't run. He just saunters.
It's not his vibe.
So as he is sauntering towards you all, he points the finger again. And there is once again entangling roots, but this time on Raven. As plants are withering, new ones are rising out of the wooden floorboards, grasping at Raven. Specifically going for your hands. Apparently did not take kindly to you destroying the last batch.
Ah, fuck. What even is this?
Painful and very touchy.
Are conditions in the Just Strike That Ultra core book
It's in Making Them Accursed.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are in there
They
too.
use the Story Path Ultra rules, but you do not need the Story Path Ultra book. All of the rules you need for Curseborne are in the Curseborne PDFs.
Right. Okay.
Immobilize is just you can't move or reasonably take any actions that it wouldn't make sense to do while immobilized.
Yeah.
And he is going to nominate the last person who has yet to take a turn, Tyler.
I'm gonna fuck you up. Not gonna do that again. That hurt.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it kind
that
of
was
cut out.
very- No, I heard it perfectly, and it was very funny.
Yeah.
But no, he fucking deep gravelly voice. I'm going to fuck you up. And charges at this thing.
Go get him, Tiger.
So going to do a close combat and just try to get in there,
Sure.
see if I can hurt it.
Sure. Go
So
ahead and
because
give me the roll.
Yeah.
You're rolling close combat, and then you have your choice of a physical here.
Gonna go with
better
might.
dexterity.
Go with might, close combat, and then because I'm in my wild form, I get another +1 enhancement that stacks with all physical actions. Like
Okay.
I
will
swinging.
point of note. You are in his deadly aura. That means there's a 2-point complication on all actions, so long as you're in close range of him.
Ooh.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, very horror movie. People becoming competent around the killer.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's not about incompetence, but carry
Oh,
on.
I know. So does my +1 enhancement negate one of the complications, and it just becomes a
No.
1? Okay.
The way this works is you roll your dice pool. You count up however many hits you have. You add up however much enhancement you have along with your hits. You then look at, from those hits, how much you have to spend to succeed at what you're doing, and how much you have in complications, and how many of those you can buy off.
Okay.
As well as any other stunts you want to do, such as doing a critical hit or whatever. There's several combat stunts.
Gotcha. Just gonna do the basic swinging for now before I start fucking with combat stunts. Especially now that there's a 2-point complication.
Stunts in this economy?
Double check. I understand how this works.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. He has defense 3. So that means you need to spend 3 hits to hit him.
Okay. And it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not because the 8 is part of the additional. So 3 hits to hit him, and then 2 to buy off the complications.
Yeah.
5 gets there.
Cool. So you whack him good, and you kind of rip into some of the clothing. This thick flannel jacket seems to take a chunk of the damage. You don't seem to hurt him directly yet.
Okay.
Because it is important to note that in the Story Path Ultra systems, hitting just deals a point of damage unless you do things like criticals.
Yep. Bless you.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, for that to be
we
off.
did do an oopsie. The monster effectively went twice this round. Because he went first. But
Oh,
it's
okay.
Whoops.
Oh, that's my bad.
Just carry on. Nothing terrible has happened. I
No,
doubt it's
nothing.
going to heavily swing the fight. right now.
Sure, fine.
Yeah.
So that said, that is Tyler's turn. Going into the next round, Tyler, who do you want to nominate?
Going to nominate Dan.
Cool.
All right, Dan.
How many spells can I use
You
in
get
a
an action.
round? In one action?
You get an action, you can move around, and you have a reaction.
Is it
Which I
better
forgot
to
use my
get?
reaction? Oh well.
Is it better to get Raven free or to make Tyler a beefier combat monster? Well, I suppose I'll get Raven free for now, and then next turn I can see about buffing up people. So I
spend a
will once
turn
again
moving.
pour the bauble over Raven's hands. I hope you're not part tree, and
No,
the
should be fine.
vines will wither away quickly.
Thanks.
Cool. Who would you
Cheering
like to
you on.
nominate to go next?
Raven, why don't you use your newfound freedom before he ties someone up again?
One moment. Sorry, you caught me right as I was in the middle of looking something up for what I want to do on my turn.
Yeah. I have great timing. Oh, noises. My babies are crackheads.
Wait, does that say? Oh, that's what it was. Okay. I got it mixed up. So I need to see what the stunning tag does, but we can work that out after I actually cast this because I might miss and I don't know if I can just look it up later. All right, so once I'm free, holding still the sword in one hand and the rest of the umbrella in the other hand, point downward, holding it kind of like one would hold a scepter. And I'll gesture with that and point it toward the monster and cast Overload, which is so I push illusory sensory input at the target, overloading them and shutting them down. I really hope this works on someone without eyes. So make an attack against target at medium range, with either Artistry or Esoterica with a stunning tag and double nines. Cannot buy the critical trick when using this spell, but I gain access to the following trick, which is Overwhelm, cost 1 hit, and Inflict Dazed. I don't know if the stunning tag means I have stunning available as a stunt, or if it just, I assume it doesn't just do it. That would be really strong. We're gonna give it a try.
Let's look up the stun.
I posted them in. I posted them in the Curseborne chat.
It is a stun.
thanks.
You have to spend 2 hits to do it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Am I close enough to be inside the deadly aura?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just kind of the whole scene space that he exists in, or is it?
It's close range.
Okay.
Which everybody right now is close range at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, I can move and doesn't take an action, right? I'll try to make some space to get out of the aura. It seems very cold near him.
Sure.
So backs up a bit and get out to me. Since this reaches medium range anyway. And then send the spell. So it seems it's basically an illusory flashbang for one person. And let's see, it says make a. Oh, it just says make an attack with either Artistry or Esoterica. I don't know if that. Do I still just get to choose which attribute I want to use, or are there particular ones that you use for attacks?
If you're doing magic, it's going to be like a mental.
Okay. I'll do Cunning plus Esoterica for 9 dice.
Okay.
And I will pay the cost for this one. I'll bleed a curse die. I don't need to start causing problems yet. Oh wait, it's dice roll, not roll. That's why I was. All right. Oh, geez. All right. Only 1 hit. So I think I just don't get past his defense.
No.
right, so he is, I assume, just unfazed by that.
The magic attempts to take hold, but it seems to just kind of wrap around him. It doesn't really sink in and just kind of crystallizes into frost and drops.
Damn.
He is going to use a reaction, thinks.
Before that, I do have a motif. I don't know if it would be before the reaction or not, but I wanted to ask. It says when casting spells with the psychic attunement, you may bleed one curse die to learn all bonds the target has. Do I need to like hit with the spell for that, or just have a target?
I would say you probably have to hit. Like,
Okay.
you need to make a connection there.
Yeah. All right. So no use of the motif yet. Reaction.
Yeah. He seeing the magic, that icy gaze, that empty icy gaze falls on you, and he lets out this god awful, like, tree groaning shriek that just sounds horrendous, and it chills you to your soul, and you kind of take a step back and bump into the door of the dining hall. You have a 2-point complication to attack the terror after this attack. So the next time you would attack him, you have a 2-point complication.
Okay. Which, depending on positioning, could combine with the aura.
Yes.
Mm.
And then you have to nominate him to take his turn because he has not acted yet.
Oh, right. Am I last right now? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's that's his turn now.
Yeah.
No.
Or have
Tyler didn't go.
I did go. I started.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
you
started.
went twice?
He nominated you. You nominated Raven.
Yeah.
You went twice in a row?
He went twice in the last round. He hasn't gone yet this round.
No, you, because I nominated you. You got nominated as the last person in the last round. So you went
then
twice in a row?
nominated himself to go again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just was making sure because I missed that, evidently.
Yeah. I don't remember what happened. You did that, but
So.
Yeah.
Monster.
Big monster.
Let's see. Not half health yet. Can't do that yet. Cool. All right. So yeah, he is going to. Yeah, he's gonna raise up the chainsaw and he's going to bring it down onto Tyler. Let's see. I have that. Very good. Let's see if I can get this roller to cooperate with me. What is your defense?
So part of what I've been trying to figure out is that calculation. Go to defense.
Defense is 1. You may roll your stamina to purchase tricks. Your character's integrity. Okay, we're not worried about integrity right now. Your base defense is 1. You can roll stamina to purchase tricks.
I'm going to attempt to roll stamina. Roll in the right channel this time. Huh, no. So 1.
Where are the defense tricks?
Oh, I didn't get a single hit, so
that's fine. We're gonna need to know these. the defense tricks. Okay.
53.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. So spends 1, margin of 2, so I have 2 points to spend. Let's see. Oh, you know what I could do? We could have some fun with this.
Have some fun.
Yes, I think I am going to. Yeah, I'm gonna shockwave. Methinks.
Oh no.
Yeah, he is going to. The chainsaw comes down as he hits Tyler, cutting across his chest, dealing a injury condition.
Boy.
And with a sudden burst of speed, he will push past Tyler, rearing up the chainsaw again, hits Dan as well with the chainsaw. Unless, Dan, you want to attempt to roll stamina here to potentially get a trick in.
Yeah, I can do that.
I will say that he bites into my armor. I don't know if that affects his choice, because I have impenetrable skin going.
Nope.
Okay. Wanted to double check.
Nope.
Okay. Cool. So your defense 1, you take an injury condition as well. If you have armor, it takes away from the armor first.
Mm-hmm. So I am bloodied because I don't believe I have any armor.
And he is going to shockwave again. Methinks. Let me double check this works the way I think it works. Yes. Fantastic. He has trample. He closes the gap to Raven, charging with this chainsaw, and comes bearing it down on you. You can also roll stamina if you'd like to attempt some defense tricks.
Yeah. Is there a... Wait, why would I not do that? Is the question in my mind. Does it take an action on my next turn or something? Or
No. It's
Maybe you have something that requires you to get hit.
yeah.
Seems
the best I could think.
oh, okay.
We can analyze this later.
No, I was like, am I like giving up another benefit by doing this? Was my question that I just didn't know about. Oh, what determines your defense again?
It's just defense 1. And then you use stamina roll and buy tricks to try to increase it.
Yeah. Okay. So my stamina is 2. So I'll give it a try. Yeah, 3 successes. 10 and a 9.
Okay. So 2 successes.
Oh, right, yeah, because I'm trying to...
So you can... Let's see. You can say you would dodge anywhere from 1 to 3 hits. Each hit adds 1 to the physical defense.
Yeah. And just a roll away if I wanted to get further away.
Yeah.
You say it wouldn't be enough, or it would?
It would be enough.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I will do that. I would like to not get hit by a chainsaw. I am a squishy wizard.
So you dodge out of the way. I think I need to check to see how shockwave works. I don't know if actually you get defense off of a shockwave.
Oh. Does that just let you attack somebody else? Or?
Yeah, it lets you apply the effect of your action onto another target. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm supposed to let you all roll defense in response to a shockwave, but oh well.
Oh, so normally be like, you've added like an AoE to it.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he is going to nominate himself to go again.
Please no, not like this.
Yes, like this. He is going to actually decisions. Oh man, that's such a hard choice. Oh. Yeah, I think he's just gonna swing on Raven. All right, come on. Big number.
Big money, no whammies, no whammies.
This is technically a new round, so defense actions that you took or defensive bonuses that you gained from defensive stunts end. Because
which is unfortunate because that roll was awesome for the dice I have.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So
I rolled in the wrong channel too.
4, 5, 6, 8. So against diff 1, it's actually a margin of 7. Oh no, it is a wait, because it's tens twice. So 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it re-rolled. Okay, so 6.
Yeah, it displays him. Well, it displays him as re-rolls rather than doubles.
Really a margin of 5.
Well, no, I think it's a margin of 7 because it's counting that failed reroll die as not an extra success. Since 10s are just doubled instead of rerolled.
Oh yeah,
Should I have
I
one
don't
more?
know why it's saying what it's saying, but 10s are doubled, so that's 4. 2
4,
5, 6.
5, 6. Oh, I see. It just doesn't actually have the right number. Okay.
Yeah. Difficulty of 1 to hit you. What do you want to do a defensive?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can at least avoid the critical stunt. Maybe. We'll see.
Okay.
Hey, 2 successes. So 1 net success, which I will use to dodge to increase my defense by 1.
Okay, so you go up to defense 2.
Yeah, or actually.
Okay, he's got 6 total hits that he can spend. So
yeah, actually 6 hits. I think that makes no difference.
These fucking having to constantly spend for tricks is something.
Yeah, I think I'd actually rather, instead of adding to that, I think I'd rather do the move away or the roll away 1.
Okay,
after
so you moved close.
Yeah, I moved to close after the attack is completed. Since I don't think I'm even preventing the extra damage from, assuming the damage trick the same way as it does in original story path. I don't know if he's got scale on us and can buy regular damage points.
Are you dodging or you're rolling? What's your plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll away. It probably more like a stumble away after getting hit with a chainsaw, but we'll see.
Okay. In that case, your defense 1, so he has to spend 1 to hit you. That leaves him 5 left. So you're going to take at least 1 injury condition.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go ahead and he's going to go for the critical as well. So that'll be 4 out of his 6. He'll have 2 left. So you'll take an additional injury condition.
Yeah.
And then he is going to shockwave, methinks.
Outside of armor. Outside of armor, do I actually have all of the injury boxes on the sheet, or are some of those ones that you can buy?
It's based off of your stamina. Yeah.
Okay, so, I'll look for stamina while this is going and figure it out.
there's like a base amount, and how much stamina you have should give you extra. Something to
Okay.
that effect.
Yeah, I'll look for that then. Wow, you shockwave.
He's gonna shockwave. He's gonna come charging over back to Dan, because even though it's kind of all the same range, in the scene Dan is closer, and he's gonna whack Dan for one,
Ow.
and then use his last point to shockwave again. Because I believe shockwave has to be activated per target, and hit Tyler for one. This moseying monster seems to get some momentum going when it's getting to swing the chainsaw around. You do manage to roll into close range where you were engaged with him, but now that you're done with the roll, you see you're a mere feet away from him, so you are still in close range of him.
Oh yeah, because he moved in the same direction that I was going.
Yeah, because you were against the wall, because you tried to get as far away as possible. So the only way was to go back towards the center of the room, and now he's back there as well.
Yeah.
So you're all in it. He is going to, you know what? Let's nominate Dan.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to like step away from him, towards Tyler. And as I do so, I'm just gonna kind of lay a few fingers on Tyler's claws. You have claws, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. They're now envenomed. You have double nines, as your claws will have, as I move, my fingers move away, like slick black ichors left on your claws.
Neat. I've been trying to look at how combat actions fully function, so I apologize.
You have an action.
Okay.
There is a thing you do.
Yeah, it's just one of the
may
things.
move for free.
Yeah, it's one of the things called out simple, so I didn't know if like it was simple and complex.
I'm not really sure what's up with that. My understanding is you got an action.
All right.
That's kind of what it seems
You
like.
have your
too,
thing
but I
you
also
can do,
don't know.
and you can move a range band. Not entirely a range band, but you can move a reasonable amount of distance on your turn.
Yep. Who are you nominating?
You? Why not?
Okay. Can I get back into melee with Mr. Chainsaw Man?
He's right there, dude. He is in your grill because he hit you last.
That's right, he hit me last.
You are
Okay.
in melee.
All right. Good. It means I don't have to move. I am going to proceed to try to beat the absolute living fuck out of him.
Sure.
Roll.
He is defense 3.
Yep. And then 2 complications because of his aura.
Yes.
Sure. 8 dice. So 9s are now doubled. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have an enhancement. So
But you have how many hits?
4.
Okay. All right.
And
so
then
you spend 3 to hit him. You have 1 left over.
gonna use a enhancement. Not an enhancement. I'm gonna use the 1 to buy off a complication.
What complication are you buying off?
Oh, that's right. I have to buy it. I can't reduce it by steps. I have to buy it off completely.
Yeah. His aura is a 2-point complication.
Yeah. New
So you
system.
can
Here it
do
is.
a 1-point trick. There's
Yeah,
the
that's why I was
universal
saying there's
tricks,
3.
And then there are the melee tricks. And there are ranged tricks.
Yeah. Fuck, I hate going through this. I was just looking at disarm. Because his chainsaw's in his hand, right? It's
Yep.
it isn't, okay.
Yeah, he is holding it. You need 2 hits to disarm.
It is 2.
Yep.
Then I am
Well, you said
going...
you had an enhancement on your thing, right?
Yeah, I have an enhancement for my form.
So you got 4 hits plus an enhancement. That's 5 total, right?
He already factored the enhancement, I'm pretty sure.
No, no, I have 4 before. Because he gave me Envenom, which puts me at the double 9s.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that puts
So
me
he
to
has
5.
5 total.
Okay.
So that I should be able to buy off all the complication and the hit.
And then you'll
Okay.
have 2 left over to disarm if you want.
No, I won't have 2 left over because I'm going to spend the entire 5. The only reason I'd have 1 is because I couldn't buy off because I'd done math wrong, because I couldn't buy off the entirety of his complication because it's a 2-point, and I thought I only had 1 point left over.
Oh,
I hit him.
Okay.
And buy off all of his
You
complications.
rip through more clothes, and now you hit some bark, but you don't get the feeling he's really feeling it yet.
Nope, that's fine.
He is going to react. He is going to rebuke you, kind of grabbing at you and howling in your face. There's a 2-point complication next time you attack the terror.
Okay.
Who would you like to nominate to go next? All one of the options.
Yeah. I will nominate Raven.
All right. Only bloodied, so it was probably a graze, given that it was from a chainsaw. And I just found out that in this system, you actually gain dice when you take damage as you push through it and focus your strength, specifically on path skills, though. Which means I have to remember which of my skills are path skills. Like, it's not like this sheet has a way to, like, write that down.
Interesting.
I mean, actually check
It's
that
kind
out
of like
quick,
Alien in that way. Biter.
Archivist path skills are culture, enigmas, larceny. Okay, well, I won't be using any of those to fight. So the 2-point complication from the scream from before was the next time I attack, whenever that is, right? Not just on the following round.
Yeah, it's the next time you would attack. It's a 2-point complication.
Okay, and he's pretty close, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna regain my footing and lunge forward with my sword to try to see if I can at least take a chunk out.
Okay.
So this is close combat 2.
4 points of complications.
Yeah. All right, 6 dice.
You also have momentum to spend.
This is also.
Oh, that's true.
There's
I can
5
spend that
points.
on 1 for enhancements, right?
Yes.
Yep, you have to wait till after the roll. So.
Okay. That was a pretty good roll, though. 4 successes, so I am getting. If I don't buy off any complications, I'm getting over his defense. Let's see.
Well, here's the thing.
The complications would prevent it,
you
wouldn't they?
have to pay off if you want to.
Oh, or you like can't?
Yes.
Or the complication is you won't hit him.
You
Okay.
have to the complication in order to actually work up the willpower to land a strike against him.
Yeah. Are complications always like that, or are they like you succeed but something else happens if you don't play it off?
Depends.
So
It depends.
Like this one,
Yeah.
you have to pay the complication to do the thing you're trying to do. Meanwhile, his aura, you do not have to pay it. there is a side effect of not paying it.
Okay. Is everyone cool with me spending 2 momentum to buy off the howl?
Feel free to.
Go for it.
So I'll do that and suffer the effects of the aura complication.
All right, you're going to
kind
take
of
a level of
shake
damage.
off the effects of the howl. How? From the aura.
The cold digs deeper into your soul, and your body shrinks and muscles tighten. It's like the strength is being sapped from you, like accelerated hypothermia almost.
Oh, fuck. Just get colder in here.
Yeah. All right, so
Wee
you're
bit.
hitting him?
Yes.
Okay. He'll take a level of damage. You slice away at the bark that makes up his flesh. And you think you can start to see a softer underside to some of this bark.
All
I
right.
think you might have peeled away some of the last of his armor.
Yay.
So, you're the end of the round. You get to nominate who you want to go next.
All
At
right.
the start of the new round.
What's everybody's health levels? How many boxes have you guys taken?
I still have armor left.
Cool.
I've taken 3.
I can't fix that. You've taken 3?
Yeah.
I don't think I immediately need to heal you.
Look, man, I'm doing pretty well for being here with a chainsaw.
No, I
All
get you. I'm
things
just
considered.
figuring
Yeah.
out how important it is that, like, for me to suggest I go fast in order to,
Oh, to heal and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, because I have, the field medic.
Yeah. Well, it's worth noting that with the combat stun system, you can't really be dealt more than 2 damage by a single entity in one attack, unless they have like a scaled. Unless there's a scale disparity, which I assume there isn't if you even bought the critical effect, because I think it costs more.
Scale does not. Well, first of all, it's called advantage in this, and
Oh, okay.
not a lot of things give it advantage.
Yeah, I assume it's pretty rare outside of Aberrant, right?
It's in Curseborne. They specifically did not do a lot with it.
Okay.
They specifically limited how much advantage is going to come up.
Yeah. Or well, I guess from this guy you can take 3 because the aura does damage too, as kind of an environmental effect. But yeah, either way, I won't go to take it out this turn, if that's your concern.
Yeah,
Unless
no,
more stuff happens, because
I think it's not like imperative that I go immediately. So
So my thought, I'm just throwing this out here, tactic wise. Pass it to one of us. We pass it to the other person, or to you. Have him go. We end on player turn. Repeat cycle.
yeah, why don't
I
I
think-
go last, since I can more educatedly start healing, because I've done all of my kind of prep buffing you guys right now. At this point now, I
Yeah.
am medic.
I think that's good because you're specifically going after him too. So if you're healing,
Yeah.
so yeah, I'll pass it to Tyler then.
So we are going to. You spent 2 of our momentum, right? The drop
Yep,
is down
we're
to
at 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to rip and tear until it's done.
Okay.
Until it's
You
done.
are. He is defense 3. You're under 4 complications right now. 2
Yep.
of which need to be paid.
Understood. Oh,
Woof. 1 success.
On 8 fucking dice.
Yeah,
Bro.
So this is well, the thing is, you can spend Well, no.
I have an
is-
enhancement.
Okay,
So
how much
I have
enhancement do you have?
I have a +1 enhancement because I'm shifted.
Okay. So
Which is still only 2.
there's 3 momentum in the pool.
You could spend
You
1.
can technically get 5 hits if you spend all the momentum in the pool. Pay off his defense. Pay off the 2 you must. Take level of damage, but get to hit him.
I mean, honestly, sure, go for it. I don't mind.
Otherwise, there's no way to succeed at the roll.
Yeah.
And so you would gain momentum, and that would be your turn.
Mhm.
So my question is, if I can't buy off the swing ability, because I imagine like I have to buy off that complication first before I can even try to buy off the take a damage. Would I take a damage and give us 1 momentum because I technically failed all complication checks?
I would say no, because technically the attack ultimately just didn't happen.
Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'm just going to fail outright,
Okay.
give us a point of momentum.
Okay. Now, what you can do, because you're choosing to
Okay.
fail, and there is complication on this roll, you can choose to suffer the complication and gain a 2nd point of momentum.
Oh, boy, you know it.
Okay.
All right, so
Or
that's
take a
going
point,
up to 5 again.
take another injury condition as the cold digs deeper into your soul.
All my
and
armor
you
is now
gain
gone.
2 momentum instead of 1.
Resource management.
Absolutely. I will happily take that complication because that finishes off my armor. I now am actually getting hurt.
Now your armor's no longer holding you back.
Correct.
Cool. And yeah, so that resolves. He cannot react to you because you technically didn't successfully melee. The terror effect worked. Cool.
Pop it over
So,
to
yeah.
Raven.
All right. Am I in engaged or close?
You're in close.
Right.
Or no, you meleeed him, right? So you're
Oh,
in-
I did. Okay, yes, I'm
Yeah,
engaged. So I
you're
couldn't
in
get
dead.
out of the aura this turn. I think trying to make some distance would still be good though, but I'm going to attack him first. So I'll swing my sword again.
Okay.
Swing it through, and that from the last hit, and then a backswing with this one just in the other direction.
Okay. So just a 2-point complication this time.
Yeah. And this was close combat is 2, dexterity is 4, 6 dice. Okay.
Nice.
All right. I got 3 successes. There's a 2-point complication. So how much momentum we have? 5 in the pool again.
Yep.
This attack isn't incredibly important. I think I would I think just letting it fail and gaining the momentum here is similarly good. But I am already quite damaged, so I don't think I should take the complication for another momentum.
Yeah, he's defense 3 and it's a 2-point complication.
Yeah. And I only got 3 successes, so I assume I just like kind of glance off of the hard like wood surface under the flannel.
Yeah, pretty much. So you're just gonna buy off the complication and just fail.
Yeah, and I'll after that kind of quick step backward to make some space if I can.
That's something I'm gonna have to check after the session. Or if I
What
can
is-
moment here. So go ahead and recover a momentum, or gain 1 momentum.
Yeah, so we should be at 6.
Yep.
If I
Yes.
am correct. Okay.
I got it.
Oh, did you say you're tracking it?
Yeah, I've been tracking it the whole time.
Oh, okay. I posted about it and then forgot. So I'm glad you.
Yep. Here, I will reply. Moment.
And then,
There you go.
per what we discussed earlier, we could pass it over to Tall, Dark, and Ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just 1 second. I'm trying to find something.
Sounds like I need to heal Raven more. Or at all.
I mean, I'm good.
Mm.
That'll probably change here in a minute when he rolls fucking all successes. The scales must be balanced. If I rolled 8 dice and got a single success.
Don't just bisect sea like the frozen guy we found. Starting to see how the frozen part happened. Speaking of.
Had to hold it in. Really wanted to make a really stupid joke.
Well, now I want to know what it is.
It's a song.
Oh.
Demonetized.
Yeah, consider our winter wonderland, and you can tell me what song I wanted to sing.
Ah, okay.
Has it breached containment?
No, not yet.
Okay. So your action. Oh man, that's actually a weird situation because you had 3 total hits, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
You bought off the complication to get hurt.
That's the thing. I'm not sure if you actually can technically do that.
Can you not buy off complications if you fail?
Well, the thing is she didn't fail. She beat the defense.
Yeah. So I imagine the situation is that the complication triggers now because the defense would have been met. Therefore, it's a weird order of operations.
Oh wait, I rolled equal to the defense, but by the time we get to the step where I can spend for stunts and complications, I have 0 dice left because the defense makes me just not have net successes. So I don't think I can buy the complication off because I'm not like buying off the defense. I have to beat it, and then my net successes are what I can spend, right?
Yeah, that's what Tyler did too, though.
I know I've been describing it as buying paying off the defense, but that's the difficulty of the roll is when you're attacking is their defense.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it until now.
Yeah, so your margin is supposed to be anything that's left over after that.
Yeah. So in that case, I should take the damage from the...
Yeah, you deal a point of damage and you take a point of damage.
Oh, okay. Well, do I have to have a net success to deal the damage or no?
No, you beat his defense. You hit him. So
that 3 allows you to do the damage.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you had to buy the damage.
So long as you hit somebody, you deal damage, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay. I thought there was like a stunt you paid for to do the damage. But
no, it's a bit different, I believe, from Aberrant, which is what you might be thinking of.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they'll just double check here.
We here at APB are playtesting.
Yeah, this is my first time doing combat in Storypath Ultra.
So it is technically spending hits to overcome the difficulty, but that is specifically what you're doing though, and you have enough to succeed. So I don't think you can choose to not succeed.
Yeah.
When you did meet the ability to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with just going with the result we have right now and figuring it out later because I think this is still a thing I could do.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, close comment.
Oh, I need to nominate someone, don't I?
That'd
Yeah,
be-
no. Once you characters make attack using the defense. Okay, once a player spends enough hits to overcome them, she may inflict a single point of damage for free. Yes, so you
Oh,
make the
nice,
defense, you
okay.
automatically hit. You
Yeah, take that.
yeah, you deal a point of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, you strike him and you can see this like blackish, yellowish, tinged red as well, sappy blood-like substance that kind of slowly oozes out and seems to freeze as it does.
Oh, as it enters the aura.
Yeah.
Is the aura only on the outside? Is it warm on the inside?
Cool.
Well,
So, yeah,
duh.
you get to nominate somebody between the monster and Dan.
Yeah. So per discussion, it would be nominate monster since then Dan would go after. So
Yeah, sure.
was I able to make the space afterward? Because like I can move after the action, right? It's not like a particular order.
Yeah, you can move.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh,
can
did he
move out
scream at me when I
close.
hit him? Or
Yes, he is going to spend his reaction and scream at you.
oh, okay, I'm so glad I reminded you.
Yep.
How rude.
So you move out close.
Yeah.
He is going to. Let's see. He's still doing good. He's got these two clowns right next to him.
Ha ha.
I think he wants to hit the werewolf. Because the werewolf is big and mean.
I am not mean.
Very mean.
He is a good boy and you will respect him.
Needs to be taken out back and put down.
Disagree.
So, this is he is technically I'm not gonna answer. He is swinging on you. He's got 1, 2 plus his 2 enhancement for 4. No additional successes, so you're defense 1. So he's spending 1 to whack you out of his 4. He's got 3 left. So he's dealing 1 injury condition. Oh, and he's got 3 left. You know what? Why not? He's also going to fucking crit you
Treat yourself.
and deal another damage to you. He has
Treat
had
yourself,
enough
King.
of your shit.
Oh, the feeling is mutual.
Yeah, there is now werewolf blood being sent through the air as chainsaw properly rips through skin and muscle, sending a delightful warm spray through the air that very quickly goes cold. And then he's going to nominate Dan to go.
All right. I'm gonna step up to Raven, and we're gonna chainsaw it a little bit. I'm gonna just stick my bauble back into my stomach and put my hands on your wounds. More specifically, I'm going to put my fingers in your wounds. My fingers are now suturing
Ow.
needles.
Just make sure you remember where everything goes.
Don't worry, I've done this before. I'm gonna spend my
Check you're making.
Yep. I'm using cunning and medicine. The game specifies it needs to be cunning for field surgery.
You have a 2-point complication.
I also have a 2 extra dice and a 2-point enhancement.
Okay.
Nice.
Yep.
Let's see what the dice say.
Dice roll. That's 3 med, 3 cunning, so that's 6 dice. I got 2 enhancements.
Wait, are you casting a spell or are you just giving me your regular stitches real quick?
My fingers are suturing needles. Don't worry about it.
It's magic.
Oh, okay.
No, it is technically regular medicine. It's just I'm also using my inheritance to get bonuses.
I just want to know what to imagine, just because this guy.
So, like, imagine the tips of my fingers are like tiny little claws that hook around and then sew themselves.
I'm
So,
going to
like,
not
I
imagine
literally
that.
just touch
Ow.
your wound. The claws dig into the other side and then like dig into my own fingers, and when I pull away, it's all sewn together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have 6 hits.
That's
2-point
6 hits. 6 hits plus 2 enhancement. I will buy off the 2-point complication. Can I crit?
Did you not include your 2 enhancement when you?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry. You're right. That's why it's 6. I only need to succeed in order to heal off your your biggest filled set.
Oh, does it remove an entire like injury level or just one box?
It removes an entire injury level. But how many injury levels are filled?
2 injury levels.
You need to
Or
be
injury
clear. Are you talking about an injury condition box?
I'm talking about the injury condition box. What it says when you do healing is the difficulty is set by however many full trackers of that. So if bloodied is full, that's 1 diff. Wounded and bloodied is full, that's 2 diff.
I'm going to show you a screenshot of my injury tracker right now.
Yeah, if you only have one of those 2 boxes filled, then it doesn't care. So, okay, so it's just difficulty 2. I can pay that off easily with the complication. And
Cool.
It's not particularly specific. I need to see what I can do with tricks for general. Since I still have 2.
Bolster.
You can bolster. You can add momentum dice to the pool.
Can't go wrong with momentum.
Yeah.
Unless it's full, I guess.
I may extend my successful action, allowing them to overcome difficulty at the same action. Okay, no. And I don't think I can technically shockwave with this to like AoE heal because that would be weird.
I'm gonna say no.
How the fuck?
So I will bolster the last 2 to just give us 2 more momentum.
Awesome.
We have 8 momentum. Let's start spending this.
Oh, I will.
Nice.
But also heal off your entire wounded track.
Oh, cool. Nice. Okay. So I am just bloodied.
Mm-hmm.
Put some of the blood back in.
Yes. It is weirdly, it doesn't hurt to do. It's quick. It's pleasant in all regards, except for the fact that I just did it with my fingers alone.
Who's
Oh,
next?
Okay. Yeah. Going into a new round, who do you want to act?
How damaged are you, Tyler?
I'm only bloodied.
Okay.
Cool.
If we want, we can maybe let the monster go so it does its dealio, and then we can beat the shit out of it.
Sounds fine to me.
All right, I nominate the monster.
Cool.
I feel
It's
like I made a mistake.
Really thrilled seeing you stitching up what beautiful work it has done. And it is going to come barreling over to you, swinging its chainsaw at you, Dan.
Oh, no.
If it makes the monster feel any better, the description does not make me thrilled about what happened either.
Fair.
Don't worry, Tilk. I have not Tilk, Brandon. I have something different planned for you.
I really should not name them all with T names.
Would you like to roll your stamina for defense?
Yeah.
I'd encourage it.
That's 3 hits.
Yeah. What tricks would you like to do? You can dodge. You could roll away.
Dodge, dip, dive, and dodge.
Sidestep. Dive to cover. blah blah blah.
I suppose I could just spend all 3 to dodge and make it so he can't easily crit whatnot. Because it looks like you rolled and he got 5 hits. 4. No, 5. He has enhancements.
Technically 6.
6. So I'm not gonna avoid getting hit, but I can at least make it so he doesn't crit me.
True. If you crank it to 4, yeah, he cannot crit you.
You know what? I don't actually care about getting crit. I'm only bloodied right now.
You missed last words.
True. I can only heal each person once, so that actually is maybe a fallacy. I'm gonna try to. I'm just gonna dump it all in the dodge.
Okay. So he's gonna hit you for 1.
Mhm.
And then what does he want to do? He is going to Damn. I think he's just gonna have to shockwave. Most of these options are kind of meh for him right now. So yeah, he's gonna go ahead and he is going to swing on Raven here, deal an injury condition, and go swinging over into the werewolf for another injury condition.
Delicious.
Yeah. In case you haven't noticed, his shockwaves are cheap.
Yeah,
Yep.
Shockwave.
Oh, shockwave at base is 2. He has a thing that's reducing it to 1.
Oh man,
Yeah.
Yeah.
spooky.
And then, you know what? He's gonna nominate Dan to go.
Okay.
Wait. Can he? Since Dan's already gone.
Dan went at the end of the round.
I was the last.
And then he nominated the monster to go first.
Yep. This is totally legal.
Yeah. So now he is nominating Dan to force Dan to go at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, totally. I am going to step away from big monster. And now that I am at I feel like I don't want to waste my injury track is the problem.
Life is a resource.
Wounded is kind of a good sweet spot for me.
Life points are a resource.
Yeah. And I don't really have I cannot reasonably damage this man. So I am just gonna move past and I'm gonna heal you up, Tyler.
All right.
We're just gonna pop that while I have these stitch fingers. You're getting a little torn up though, so I'm just gonna slap my fingers, slap my hand on you, and then rub a little bit with the side of my arm to just kind of give you some extra skin.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Just rub some skin off on him.
Yeah. Just rubbing some skin in.
Okay. Don't forget you have a 2-point complication.
Yep. That's 7 dice total, I believe. Let me double check. I'm not used to getting extra dice for being hurt, so. Yep, 1 die. Okay, so that's 7 total. Then I get 2 enhancements, and then that's 2-point complication.
Balls.
I'm glad that you're not that hurt. So I don't get any tricks, but I do succeed, and I do buy off the complication.
Yeah.
So it all that extra skin, all the like weird sinew stitches are working for you, Tyler. Heal off your fullest track.
So I'd heal off bloodied, technically?
Yep.
Okay.
I assume if you heal off bloodied, the remaining one and wounded will like drop to bloodied.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So, Annie, your turn. Who are you nominating? You have two options.
Do you have a dying need to go before Tyler, Raven?
Not really.
All right, why don't we let our combat monster get some aggro?
All right. We gonna do some fuck shit.
Yep. Remember, we have 8 momentum. Feel free to
yeah.
fucking blow that shit.
Spend momentum to have dice.
You can use up to half of it on any given.
Okay. How many times can you buy off critical? Only once, right?
You can only buy critical once, yes.
Okay. That's fine. Tyler's gonna just release a ear-piercing howl. I'm going to trigger Endless Fury.
Okay.
I'm going to bleed Curse Dice to reduce the difficulty to hit him by 1.
Okay. So he's difficult.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I'm still holding a Curse Die, so I'm not having to worry about any of those complications. Because that would be bad. And then I'm going to roll to swing. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I'm still envenomed, or was that only for 1 attack?
Yeah, man.
No, that is and the scene as far as I can know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, earlier I wasn't able to buy off the howl, so is it still in effect?
No, because you failed the roll and everything, so it resolved because it
did its job.
happened. It was just for the next attack. So it did its thing. So that's resolved. You still have the 2-point complication from the cold.
Buy off with one of the 9s, since the 9s are double.
Okay.
Use one of the 9s, that way I can get past his defense. I have 2 left. Spend momentum to go to 3. Crit.
Okay. Sure. 2 points of damage. He will react, howl at you again.
Bitch made.
It's,
Fair, though. I get it.
Does his face remain immobile when he does that?
Oh.
No, it stretches. It creaks, cracks. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, that's not fun. But with that, I passed it over to it's a Raven.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm going. Do I have space to back up into medium range to get out of the aura?
If you go towards the main hallway, yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Try to get out of the aura to make this spell as potent as possible. And I will, gesturing with the umbrella scepter again, cast Overload. See if we can get some CC off. I will bleed the curse die for it. And all right, let's see. It is 5 plus. Okay, it's 9 dice. And then there's I have a howl complication on me right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there is the 2-point complication that I have to worry about. 2, 4, 5, 6. Well, I got 7. 7 successes though, so that's pretty good. I'm actually, so I'll spend 2 of them Or well, okay, so 3 of them go to the defense. So 4 remaining. I'll spend 2 on the complication.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. I just had conditions open. Did I?
You should have 2 left.
Yeah, 2 left. I'm deciding if I want to spend momentum. I am going to spend. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I have 1 more since the spell has double 9s, so I have 3 left. If it ends up mattering. Where's the? I was trying to figure out if the dazed status is redundant with the stunned one. Did we? I'm trying.
Stunned was
Do we have?
posted in the stun was posted into the chat.
Let's see. Character present tracks. Great deal damage, person shock. All actions suffer a moderate complication. A failure to bite off means you can only take a single reflexive action on your turn. And then let's see. Dazed status. I guess kind of making a curse. Let me grab that real quick.
Dazed, the character has suffered a shock that leaves her with a heady sense of disorientation. Character cannot perform more than a single simple action or 2 reflexive actions each round until this status effect is resolved. For example, the character cannot move and attack, though she could move and draw a weapon. The status effect wears off as time passes. 2 rounds if the effect was applied was a minor complication, 3 if moderate, 4 if major. Otherwise, the effect resolves when the character benefits from first aid or certain healing abilities.
Okay, so it would have an effect if they bought the complication from stunning off, because it would still limit their actions.
Correct.
Cool. So I'll spend 2 hits on stun, and this spell has its own stunt with it to give the dazed status overwhelmed for 1 hit. And is critical 2 momentum? We have 8 still, right? Or did you use? Oh, you spent some. We have.
I spent
Critical is
1.
3 points.
Yeah. Critical is 3. I spent 1.
I already have a hit here if we want to get another. Oh wait, I can't buy critical with this. It's not lethal.
Well,
Oh,
there
so
you go.
this doesn't do damage?
It does
Just-
damage. It's just not physical, so you can't it's as I think that's the flavor reason for it. Is it's illusory sensory input, overloading and shutting them down.
Okay.
Make an attack against a target at medium range with either Artistry or Satirica with the stunning tag
He
and
takes
double 9s, but can't buy critical.
Yep.
Yeah. So it takes the 1 and stunned and dazed. And I will bleed another curse die for that motif. Because I want to see if there is motivation behind this, or if it's just kind of a construct of the liminality. When casting spells with the psychic attunement, I can bleed 1 curse die to learn all bonds my target has. We're going to see if getting inside his head is a good idea or not.
He seems to be connected to the liminality.
Okay.
That's fair.
So kind of the latter of just probably just a piece of the space.
Yeah,
I'd guess.
you sense no bonds to any people, just the liminality.
Okay. And I have 1 curse die remaining, so I am not crazy right now. That's my turn, and who's left to nominate? Is it or was I last?
That's
You were
your
last.
last. So it's
Okay.
new. Top of the order.
I will nominate Tyler then.
Neat. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme.
That sounds really good, actually.
It does. I'm gonna keep swinging. One, 2, 3. So 3 to hit. I have an enhancement. Puts me to 4. How much momentum do we have left? 7?
I didn't actually spend any, so however much was left after your turn.
So you only spent the 1, it should be 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you all fine if I spend 3? I'm gonna do a trick to try to disarm.
Yeah,
Go
no
for it.
problem.
Okay. So
We'll go down to 4.
Yes, we'd go down to 4.
Yeah.
So.
2 complication.
Yep. So
Nines.
the double 9s, and then the 8 that gets me to hit. I spend my enhancement and then 1 momentum. That puts me at the 5, and then 2 of the other momentum that's being spent is being spent on disarming to disarm the chainsaw. If he just crumbles in the dust after doing this, we're gonna feel real dumb.
So hitting him for 1 and disarming the chainsaw.
Yep, I'm gonna scratch across the chest and then wrench his hand.
Need to check some.
He just evaporates. Gets Thanos snapped.
I'm expecting it.
Of chainsaw.
Let's see.
Anyone else think it's ironic that like a tree man is using a chainsaw?
Yes.
Okay.
Something to that we just haven't discovered.
Probably.
He's going to react to your attack. As you hit him, you take the chainsaw, or you use your claws grasping at the chainsaw's handle, scratching his hands, raking at them, and tearing the chainsaw away from him, sending it clattering to the floor as it's still running. No safety features on this machine, it seems.
Neat.
He fucking roars in rage and throttles you with his branch-like hands, picks you up, and just full force with every strength he can muster slams you into the ground, utterly knocking the wind out of your lungs. You are, for the moment, taken out. You have not filled all of your injury conditions, but you are out of the fight at the moment.
Okay.
This condition can be fixed once somebody assists you, but you can't do much more than drag yourself across the floor effectively.
Oh, so he's not like still holding him, but he's like really stunned.
No.
They just
He's
slammed
taken
him
out of
to
the
the
fight, and yeah, he right now Tyler is on the ground. Like, you could just hear the air escaping his lungs effectively.
Yeah.
Like,
Sounds
your
like a-
back hurts looking at what the fuck just happened.
Sounds like someone needs help from your favorite chimera.
Yeah. And he is not looking at Tyler anymore. His gaze is shifted up to Dan, who is still in front of him.
Hi.
But Tyler, nominate who gets to go next.
Yeah,
'Cause
imagine
it
who
was
I'm gonna.
technically your turn.
Yep, I'm gonna nominate Dan.
Get up, buddy.
We've been bamboozled into
So you're
giving him
gonna
a-
spend your action assisting Tyler.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So yeah, you have to drag him a few feet away and kinda, I'm not even sure how you help somebody who's had the wind knocked out of them. You just kinda help
I know what I
massage his
do.
back, I guess.
I clap my hands together. I rub them together for a few seconds, and I touch his back and shock him back into order.
Jesus.
I
Like a
thought you were
light
gonna do like the
defibrillator.
Mr. Miyagi heat thing.
Yeah, except actual electricity.
Okay. So
We're going to have a long conversation on personal space.
you lose the taken out condition.
Yay. Also, Al.
All right.
No
Dan.
sleepy time now, Mr. Wolf.
All right, Dan. Who are you nominate? Well, Raven already went. You just went.
Mm.
Oh no, wait. You
Raven
shouldn't
had-
have. Well,
Raven has
no, it's the new round because
Yeah.
Raven cast her spell because Monster went, nominated Dan. Dan nominated Raven, and then Raven nominated Tyler.
Yes.
Tyler nominates Dan at the start of the new round. Okay, who are you nominating, Dan? You have all of the options.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a little bit off, and the monster was the only one left.
I would like the big scary werewolf to get back in the fight, please.
Also, how long are these conditions lasting for?
Oh, let's see. I think it's built into their descriptions. Let me check the dazed one. Let's see. It just says
Days is based on the level of complication. If it's minor, it's 1 turn, moderate 2, major 3.
wait, what determines the level of complication from this though?
I read to you what I saw.
Yeah, I know.
I
Right?
put it in chat. So you look at your spell. I
Yeah.
got nothing.
No, this spell just says it's got overwhelmed for 1 hit. I can inflict a dazed status effect on my target.
That said, I will have to be right back very shortly.
No, you're fine. All I do is I knock it out of their hands. If I spend an additional hit, I can knock it farther away.
Okay, I'm going to assume it's 2
with this
rounds.
arm?
It's not specifying then.
Okay, sounds good. Stunned might just say in the stun description. Oh, he's just dazed. Okay. Where's stunned was up here somewhere. Resolution, the character benefits from first aid, succeeds in overcoming the complication, or the scene ends.
Okay, so they just have to get past. They just have to buy off the complication once.
Yeah, that's how it is for stunned. Is it the same for dazed? Resolution, side effect wears off as time passes. Oh, okay, yeah, 2 rounds if it's minor, 3 rounds if it's moderate. Otherwise resolved when first aid or certain healing abilities.
Okay.
I mean, it was from a 1 hit stun. I assume it's not like a really big complication.
I am assuming
Since
it
you're
is minor if your spell is not specified.
Yeah,
So it lasts for 2 rounds.
cool.
Okay.
Okay, werewolf.
Fucking bastard. There's a part of me that doesn't think the chainsaw will work on it, so I'm not going to pick up its weapon and try to use it against it. Or worse, it takes me over, and then you have a bigger problem.
But it might be its primary weakness, though. We don't even know.
That'd be
He
funny.
is Tree Man.
It is Tree Man. I'm going to just rip into him with claws.
Okay.
Oh, baby. 6. Since I am
Ooh.
envenomed. So
That's 3. You have the 2-point complication.
Yep, buy that off. I have an enhancement of +1, so I go to 7 actually.
Actually, you did we cover it on the last attack? You did technically have that 2-point.
I did.
Ow.
He did scream. You're right. He did scream. So okay. So I have 6, 7 from the enhancement. With all 7, because I have my +1 enhancement, I hit him normally. No complications. Nothing extra.
Okay. So he'll end up taking 1. This isn't technically a new round. Does he want to?
Is he going Is he going to dribble me?
He might. Because he does have a reaction. Is it the only? Oh, right, because the other thing. I also forgot his criticals on him cost an extra. I forgot. Up till this point. My bad. I think there was only 1 actual critical that went through though on him. So.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna rip into him. But yeah, he's gonna fucking grab you and he's gonna smash your head through a fucking table, and it's gonna break in half as you go tumbling through it. You are taken out again, dazed. You're seeing stars. Can't fucking see straight. Your vision is blurring. You have been taking a beating, and it is racking up.
Does that so does that do like a normal 1 point of damage as well, or no?
No, it just gets you taken out. So
Okay.
unless somebody helps you, you're just fucking out of the fight.
So
So it's either people continue to focus the enemy who's doing this shit, or people have to sacrifice actions to put you back into the fight.
I mean,
Yeah.
pouring our actions into the frontline combat character isn't the worst strategy.
it's getting us somewhere. I don't know if it's getting us anywhere fast. That being said, I either need to nominate you or the monster.
Oh yeah.
And I want to tempt fate. I want to nominate the monster.
Okay.
Just start strangling me.
So here's the hope. The hope is that he can succeed on his roll. If so, he can get past the stun condition here. He'll still be dealing with dazed, but if he succeeds this roll, he will be done with the stun condition. Because stunned it's a complication.
I guess they're both complications.
Moderate.
It's a very complicated
It's a
action.
2-point complication.
Yeah.
And then dazed. The dazed is just a status effect that will last for 2 rounds. The dazed is just happen.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I do think,
So-
however this goes, Overload's a pretty good spell.
Yep. Enhancement. So the interesting part is he has extra enhancement now because he has +1 power advantage
Oh no.
at this point.
We have angered him.
It's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus another 4. So he's got 8 total hits. Definitely enough to. How much was the stun to get? Definitely enough to pay off the stun for sure. Okay. Oh, right. It's a moderate, so it's 2 points. So yeah, he has 6 left. So he is able to actually do his action. So Dan, you want to roll your stamina for potentially some defense stunts?
I think he walked away to the bathroom and is still gone. We gave him plenty
no.
of time.
Bro.
So I guess that answer is no.
Oh, well, I guess he's not here to defend his character, so I guess
Oh,
it's
no.
defense 0.
I could absolutely roll 3 dice for him. He won't like my results.
So here's the fun fact. He's... Well, actually, let me double check how they wrote advantage on this. I'm pretty sure it still works in the same way Scale does, but... Let's just
Yeah, I think they just made it like a bigger table in Aberrant, but I'm not
I believe
positive.
they mostly reworded advantage just to make it clearer.
Just one of those things. It's like I could pick up the chainsaw potentially, but I'm legitimately afraid it's gonna fuck me up.
I mean, you were able to touch it before.
I was able to wrench it from his hands, not actively use it and wield it. That's my fears. Is do I become the monster?
That
Tree dog
would be awful. Holy shit.
would be a time.
Sorry about that. I return. What I miss?
You're getting attacked.
Me being thrown
yep.
through a table.
Do you want to... Yeah.
That man is
so
broken in
Werewolf
half.
got thrown through a table, is taken out.
Can you
Um,
stop?
You are being attacked, Dan. Would you like
Okay.
to roll stamina to
Yeah, sure.
get some defense?
Let me. Oh my god! Please, technology. Can we work something out?
No.
1. I will use it to. Oh, Jesus Christ! I think we need to give him his chainsaw back, guys.
Okay. So are you just gonna dodge to raise your defense? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I think that's the play there.
So, unfortunately, it looks like, at least in Curseborne, from what's written here in the document, it is not like Aberrant in that I cannot pay for extra damage with my power advantage.
Oh, thank fucking God for
So
that.
Aberrant with power scale,
Yeah.
every scale above your target that your power is, you can deal damage an additional time at the cost of their defense. So you're essentially paying to attack them multiple times, effectively. But it's not how it works here, unfortunately, from what I can tell. Unless
Trade
they've
expense.
errated or FAQ'd something somewhere else. But this is the document I have, so this is what I'm going by. So fascinating. So paid off that complication. Pays 2 against to be your defense, to deal 1 to you. So that leaves 4 left. I think he's going to go ahead and he's going to crit you, Dan.
Cool.
So you're going to take 2 injury conditions.
It sounds like it's time to heal myself.
As he is going to sit there and he is just going to fucking pummel the shit out of you with his bare hands.
Oh, fucking damn it. Real quick.
Yeah.
I'd like to take this moment to remind all of our readers that reading comprehension is an important skill. It's something that's very important for your life and for the RPG community as a whole. I have a +1 enhancement bonus for defensive actions.
Oh, from being shifted.
From being shifted. So that's a thing I need to keep in mind. So, kids, if you're listening,
Read.
I mean, this was marked as adult only, but welcome anyway. Learn to read.
Actually, please
learn
go.
to read.
Yeah. And he
Yeah,
is
you're an adult.
going to, with supernatural speed at this point, as he's enraged, move over to where the taken out werewolf is and just kind of stomps on his head for a point of damage as he does a fucking whatchamacallit?
Shockwave.
Yeah, shockwave. That's it.
I think we made a
And-
horrible, horrible mistake.
Yeah, and then he's gonna say for the archivist to go.
Okay. I have a decision to make because I don't have a great way to actually assist somebody. Like I don't have.
Then my recommendation: don't. if they don't have a great way to do it, you want to stay out of his fucking cone of terror.
Yeah.
Do what you can.
So. All right, I'm gonna explain the situation I have going on right now. I have 1 curse die left. Which if I spend it, I go to my damnation, where bad things can happen. Not the worst things, but it can make life difficult. I can elect to not spend that curse die while still casting a spell, but I get a 2-point complication I have to overcome, or something bad will happen, as a sacrifice is gained one way or another. Which, in addition to any other complications going on. There's also this chainsaw, which I'm very much considering trying to hit him with, because it probably does more damage than I can do, but I have to get inside his aura to do that, so it's a little difficult. And also, I have telekinesis, so I could do it from a distance, potentially, but you can't actually attack with that until you get one of the advances for it, so I don't think that's an actual option. I thematically like trying to hit him with the chainsaw. Is anyone going to be upset if that's just not the tactically sound decision?
I'd go for it, dude.
Go
We've
for it.
already made the not tactically sound decision. We might as well follow through.
That's true. We're here in the first place.
Double
Oh,
down.
also, That's right. Dan isn't taken out though, right? You're actually still.
No,
up.
I'm
You
just
No, Dan's still up. He got straight up
right.
attacked. He didn't get
Oh.
reaction annihilated.
Right. Okay. Okay. So this is yeah. I'm going to. Can I actually get the chainsaw and still run at him and attack him in one turn, or does that take like multiple movements? I don't know exactly what it is.
You're at medium. The chainsaw, you could move to the chainsaw and pick it up, but move to the chainsaw, pick it up, and attack him, I would say is a little much.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like really on the way to him and he was close enough to.
Not really. He's kind of enraged. He's not seeming super worried about going to grab it, and he doesn't look like he's really hurting not having it.
Yeah, he's doing just fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab it.
Yeah, we can make you go first next turn so you can hit him. At least make use of it.
Is this thing like? Yeah, I know it's big and I'm not very strong. Do I have like? Is it like majorly difficult to pick up, or is it fine?
It's tell you what, what's your might or your strength or whatever they call it?
It might be one.
Oh, you know what? I'll say it's a 1 point complication to like swing this thing around. Just because it is heavy, you're not used to using anything like this, and you do have noodly wizard arms. So a 1 point complication.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of like do my best to live with my legs and strain to pick it up. Okay.
What's the enhancement bonus of it, if any?
It doesn't have any innate enhancement.
I guess I'll find out.
Oh, okay.
He is the enhancement.
I mean, that's fair.
Fucking enhanced.
Yeah, he's very enhanced.
But you can nominate again.
Yeah, who are you nominating?
Nominate yourself. You can nominate yourself and get in there.
Wolf was at the start of the turn. He nominated the monster. Monster nominated you. So you can nominate Dan.
Yeah. So
Dan nominated me.
Oh.
So we're going into a new round. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going into a new round.
Would you like to nominate yourself?
Yeah, let's go. I'll nominate myself, and actually, just for a dramatic effect, do what I was talking about. So kind of sprint at the chainsaw and like pick it up and just try to keep going with the same momentum. You kind of charge and like push it into him. Try to kind of. I know it's not really made for cutting that way, but you know the blade's spinning around the end of it too.
Double down, double dead, double down.
So it's screaming the whole way while I'm doing it, like a battle cry / terrified scream.
Like some sort of weird chain saw murderer?
Stop it.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I'm not very good at that, unfortunately. So I have close combat 2. I don't really... So dexterity is the good physical stat. But I don't know how much dexterity is going into this.
I mean, you know, you're kind of directing the flow of chainsaw, which is pretty dexterous.
Sure, I guess once I get it going, I've got to steer it a little bit.
Yeah. Oh god, this chainsaw doesn't have a steering wheel.
No. But yeah, so if you're okay with me using dexterity, I will.
Yep, that's fine.
Because we have a reason. Cool. Okay, so I'm okay at it. 6 dice.
You're literally just like, could you be really artful about this? Yes. But at the end of the day, this is about making sure the spinny part hits the big monster man.
Yeah.
You can use dexterity for that.
Yeah. Also, just raw, generally, melee is might or dexterity. The 10's not the...
Yes.
It's, the system is too much of a distinction.
So I've got 2 successes.
Okay.
He has a defensive...
He's a defensive 3.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if...
2 point complication of he is a chilly boy, and there's the 1 point complication of this thing fucking heavy.
Yeah. So how much momentum do we have?
4.
4.
Yep, you can spend
4. Okay, so I can only spend 2 of it.
Yep.
Which is enough for you to hit and bypass the unwieldy bit of the complication. So you're going to take a point of damage.
He's going to be real angry at you, though.
Yeah. So you're going to hit him and
Fine, we're going to do it.
Damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're killing a man with his own chainsaw.
Unfortunately, he cannot react because he is dazed, so he cannot deliver unto you the taken out condition.
Oh, good. That would suck so much.
Yep. So yeah, you fucking ram that chainsaw into him, and you are spattered in sticky blood sap ooze stuff as chunks of like bark and you think frozen flesh go flying through the air along with viscera. But he is still standing.
Is he at least looking like nice and beat up yet?
I mean, yeah, he's looking rough. Like, y'all have torn a lot of chunks out of him and shit. Like, he fucking...
Okay.
It's questionable how he's still standing, but he's still standing.
It makes me feel better to hear that at least it's visibly affecting him.
He does seem upset.
Yes.
Mildly,
who would you like to
according to
nominate?
my spine.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yep. Put it this way: you can't nominate the werewolf because he's technically out of the fight right now. So it's only you and Dan.
Yeah.
Dan and the monster are your options.
Since you don't have to use like specifically first aid on him, your limit of like 1 per scene isn't there, right? For assisting him.
For assisting him, no. But also if I get hit and he crits, I'm past. It beats me into near death.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. If I get you up, then you could get Dan up.
I'm not
but if I
down. I just
not get you up, nominate you.
Yeah. If you nominate me, I'm probably gonna try to heal myself. Honestly,
that's fair.
Because, like I said, if I'm doing a lot of support actions, but if he hits me and crits me, you guys are down a person.
I think he's gonna hit me. I have a guess.
Sneaking suspicion.
Yeah.
If you wanna bank on that, I can try to. I'll bring Tyler back into the fight.
Okay. In that case, I can nominate. Well, we're gonna give him 2 turns if we do that. So, well, I guess he could bring him back and then nominate the monster.
I can bring him back, nominate him, and then Tyler goes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'll nominate you then.
All right, I'm gonna go over to Tyler and I'm gonna turn my fingers into smelling salts. You know, please get up, werewolf man.
Your vision kind of straightens and everything around you starts to make sense again. As there is this really pungent odor that is, you're probably going to be smelling it for the next week because your werewolf senses are flooded by something that is normally potent to just humans.
I swear to God, if you throw me through another fucking table.
That smells so much.
And then nominate monster.
I mean, yeah, I'll nominate monster.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, he is going to wheel on the archivist wielding the chainsaw.
Yeah,
he is not happy. He's very upset.
I'm gonna let go of the chainsaw. When he wheels, it can stay there.
Yeah.
And the inside is back.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking skip that, and then he's got enhancement. Fantastic. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why is that saying 10? What the fuck? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right, because 4. Okay, so it's actually 11. Do you want to roll your stamina?
Oh god, that's so many hits. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is extra angry at you.
Oh, he is pissed.
Yeah, I got a success. I
Dodge? To increase your defense?
Does it do anything?
I mean,
I guess it
so
technically reduces
it
the number of
makes it
combat.
more expensive, so it does reduce how many successes he has available. You
Yeah.
could dive to cover, which the
Doesn't that take his
cover would
action
absorb
attack?
some damage. Oh, no, that's in response to a range attack. My bad.
Well, I think yeah. I thought you were talking about the move away one for melee attack. Which is
dodge. Dodge is kind of the option here. I feel like you could roll away. That doesn't reduce how much damage you're going to take, but it means you're not
Yeah.
in his ass anymore. But you know,
It's time
Up
to
to you.
dodge.
We're just looking
Dodge
at
or roll
it. I'm taking a once over of the combat tricks right now and be like, if he had 10 instead of 9, what's gonna happen to me? I think I can I just give momentum?
No, this is
Beautiful.
specifically for spending on a defense stunt.
Oh, okay. I will roll. I will move away then, or roll away, if I am still
Okay, so you're gonna
rollable
roll away.
afterward. Yeah.
Oh, fucking goddamn PDF cooperate. Okay. Well, in that case, your defense 1. He's got 11,
Yes.
so he's gonna spend 1 to bonk you for 1. That leaves him 10
Ow.
left. He is going to crit you.
I
so
am now
that's
maimed totally.
3. So he's got 7 left.
We're starting to hit our last strikes because I can't heal you guys again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, you know what? He'll spend 2 of his hits as he's hitting you to cause you to drop the chainsaw.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was anyway. I just left it in his back when he turned.
Yeah. So that'll bring it down to 5. And you know what? Let's see. Oh man. Oh, fuck. That would be funny. Oh no, better yet, no, he's not gonna disarm. He's gonna seize. He's just gonna take the chainsaw away from you.
Oh, even
just
better.
have it again.
Yeah. He just takes it back from you.
Guys,
As
he's
he
nerfing
hits you,
himself.
he rips it from your grip. And you know what? So he's still got 5. I think he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna spend 1 hit to fucking trip you as he's hitting you. So he's like, he smashes into you and is wrestling the chainsaw out of your hand and forces you down to the ground as he's doing it. So you are knocked prone effectively.
Yeah.
Do you have a weapon on you, right?
I did, but I would have had to drop it to grab the chainsaw, so it's a little bit away.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah, fortunately, you rolled so well. You're running out of shit to do.
Yeah, okay. Well, now he's going to go
dodge.
wheeling with the chainsaw, and he's going to shockwave. He's going to hit Dan for 1, and he's going to hit the wolf for 1.
What?
Okay.
Bitch.
Yeah.
I will roll away if I still can.
No, you're prone. He knocked you over.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could like roll on the ground or not. I think there'd be a lot less distance regardless. So.
Because it's when the attack resolves, and these tricks are happening as part of the attack. So I'm assuming with you being prone where you stand, it stops the roll from happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
How?
He could have grabbed you instead and started like fucking throwing you through windows or whatever.
Yeah, just
But
Hulk smash
I
me.
think he cared more about getting the chainsaw back.
Yeah. Honestly, him having a chainsaw might be better for us, oddly enough. I don't know though. It's hard to say.
It certainly gives him less enhancement.
You started, Dan went. Dan nominated him, so he nominates Wolfboy.
Wolfboy Angie.
Oh, you're not the only one.
Tired of being thrown through fucking tables. Yeah, we're just gonna go with the 8 dice. Okay, we can work with that.
That's pretty
1,
good.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I go to 8 for my enhancement.
Damn.
So
2-point complication.
2-point complication. Buy that off. Buy off 3 for the actually to hit. So that leaves me with 3. And you said that critting costs not 3, but it costs 4.
Yeah, it costs 4.
Okay, and then we have 4 in the bank right now.
No, we have 2.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you guys against me spending one of them to crit him?
No. Go for it, actually, because I'm probably going to generate a shit ton.
Okay. Then I'm going to spend one of our momentum to crit.
All right.
Add to the total to crit. So.
Very good. So your claws rip into him and start shredding. The rage of getting thrown through the tail is definitely taking its toll. And you rip and rip and rip, even after the chainsaw hits the floor. And by the time you come to your senses, he is just a corpse is a bold word. More of a pile of bark and sappy blood ooze shit. The cold emanating from him fades, as does the frost from his empty sockets. And he falls utterly still as you tear into him, laying there on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
just keep swinging. Just keep
I'm
swinging.
I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna sit down right here against this nice soft wall.
Tyler will let out a howl after it's a pulp.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would too.
I would like to just quickly heal myself.
Why?
Because ow. I'm gonna... we don't have the complication. You don't have that 2-point complication from him anymore, right?
Nope.
Cool. It's only diff 3. I get.
Only diff 3.
That was about as close as it gets.
I get 4 points of enhancements because I'm going to push, which means I'm going to aggravate the wounds that I'm healing.
As you all are taking a moment, the
cool
wind outside dies down. The snowfall lessens. But you hear the dilapidated structure around you groan and creak. And you feel a vibration all around you. It is almost like, as you look around, static in a way, like TV static in a sense, gathering around objects. And then there is a thunderous snap that reverberates through the air. Nothing seems dramatically different other than the fact that the body is gone, it seems. For now, it appears the liminality has abided.
Blair.
Wait. Seriously.
And Dan is going to get up after a few moments. He is currently pulled off his left arm and is using it like an eraser on his wounds. The worst part is probably that it's working. As he looks around, I think maybe he was sort of keeping the liminality stable.
Yeah, maybe.
Without the monster, the veil's getting a little thicker. Might still have some cracks here and there, though, so let's not separate too much, or let's be careful.
You're going to go searching through the house? Or the lodge, I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he has the wherewithal to shift back.
Oh, does it hurt both ways?
You go looking through the lodge. You do eventually find in that room that is close to the kitchen a not empty bedroom, but instead a room that has sleeping bags and pillows, books and other materials, and an unconscious Lee and Blair. They're kind of just not in sleeping posture, partially collapse over one another, as if perhaps something knocked them out in some way.
Excellent.
Hey,
good.
those the two we looking for?
Yes. Real quick,
Yeah.
I'd like to use my primal sense that I can use once a session.
What do again?
I can at the start of any scene, you may bleed a curse die. Oh, I can't bleed a curse die. Never mind.
Well, you can. You just,
No, I
okay.
can't.
Are you
No.
out?
I'll go to 0.
So you can.
Go on with your description. I apologize.
They're unconscious.
I found
guess
them.
as the medic, I will go take a look at them. Despite having popped off an arm in the last room, I have both arms now.
Well,
They
grab my sword and
are,
umbrella. Oh, sorry.
they are unconscious. You attempt. You give them a once over.
Mhm.
They, at the moment, do not seem harmed. They, however, are not rousing from any attempts to wake them at the moment.
Maybe we'll just carry them down, and if they wake up, they wake up.
Looking around the room, does it look like they performed a ritual in the room? Or does it just look like they have a bunch of shit in here?
It's all their camping supplies, sleeping bags, jackets, books, so on and so forth. Lantern.
Drag myself over, kind of using my reassembled umbrella as something to lean on. Just kind of give the books a once over and try to figure out, like, all right, what information did they bring along with them? And see if I could infer exactly what they might have been trying to do.
So as you start picking up the books, you hear a shuddering howl in the wind outside.
Oh.
There are a lot of books here on various rituals. There are some on alleged time things. There are science books regarding gravity and such.
Yeah.
There is an array of things.
Maybe I'll just have to ask him later, since this isn't really new information. Did anyone else hear that, by the way?
Did we hear the howl?
Yeah, you all heard the howl of the wind outside.
Okay.
Oh, the wind howled, or
It's
we
just
heard
windy.
howl?
Wind howled.
Looking out the window, does it look like everything picked back up?
Looks like it might be starting to again.
We need to get them out now.
Yeah, let's get these two
Just
out of
grab.
here.
I might 5 with +1 enhancement. I'll pick them both up. I don't care.
Sure.
That might be best.
Y'all scoop them up and start running out back the way you've came in every time.
Yeah.
As you do, you're running through the lodge, through the dining hall. You hear the entire building groan and creak again. And it is strange. It is like a mirage, as you can see almost illusory version of the body still on the floor. It doesn't look as damaged as you run past it. Like you can see bark growing and fast forward, you think, as you pass it by. And you run out the door into the cold. The wind whips and howls, pushes against you, and you can feel the liminality desperately clawing its way back for control over this area. But it's not able to trap you in time as you break beyond the boundary through the underbrush to the truck.
Oh,
I hop into the truck bed. Keys right there. Go.
Yep. Nothing stops you. In the distance, you can see an almost obscuring snowfall that you imagine normal people probably will not be able to notice, that blocks the lodge from sight as you disappear down the road. And that is where we will end our little Curseborne adventure.
Yay.
part of
I was
over
getting
here.
sorry.
real worried there.
That shit's going on. Huh?
I was getting real worried about the boss there for a bit.
I'm
was
sorry
ridiculous.
we didn't actually solve the mystery. We just beat the shit out of a monster.
Oh, I mean, I figured out the mystery. Maybe not specifically the like what the dude wanted to, or how the dude was going to do what he wanted to do, but I think we figured it out.
As soon as he's conscious and I am recovered from my injuries, I'm gonna kick his ass so hard.
I'm taking everybody to Bo is where we're going.
Yeah. I should be able to heal you guys up pretty quickly. It's just,
Yeah.
once per scene.
So, as part of the wrap up, do y'all want to know what the fuck was going on? Or do you want
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm very curious about how much we
So-
missed.
In case it wasn't obvious, y'all did not kill the monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did. You killed it, but you didn't
But
permanent
you-
kill it.
Yeah, it was
'cause
only
the
temporary.
liminality will like.
It has a
bring-
trait where you specifically had to decapitate it to permanently kill it.
Ah.
And you left it long enough that it began to recover. So the
Yeah.
liminality began to reestablish itself. That said, the liminality is not, shall I say, linear.
No.
The liminality comes every 10 years. As part of that, it comes in a cycle every 10 years it comes, where there is a period of time where it appears every night.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening is this couple came up here to do whatever it was they were going to do. And they thought they had arrived ahead of time, but instead were caught up in the liminality because it expands the amount of time it exists for every time it returns.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And so they were caught by it. They managed to survive their first night there and then were in the down cycle. A couple nights had occurred by the time you guys came in So you experienced only one instance of the liminality, which did not include the couple. It included a previous night where people had been caught in the liminality. The first night it happened.
Okay.
Oh, so not everyone's there like together.
No, there are multiple instances of the liminality that are cycling, each from a different time period.
Gotcha.
Okay.
You all staying when you did meant you entered a new instance of the liminality. But
Yeah.
when the liminality ended, because those two time periods were so close to each other, you managed to snap them out of the liminality into the real world instead of being pocket dimension. Whereas
Yeah.
everybody else who were from decades past stayed in the outside.
Yeah.
So they were temporarily shunted onto the mortal coil, which naturally kind of knocked them out for a while. Very
Yeah.
jarring.
I'm sure they'll get over it.
Yeah. That said, the liminality there will still persist because the monster was not destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm curious what would happen if the monster was destroyed. Like, would all of the people who were trapped reappear, or would they just be gone?
They would be gone, pretty much.
Oof.
They would be, at least, they would be in the outside.
Yeah.
They might come
and-
back as my kind.
Potentially. Eventually, maybe.
Well, it's an improvement over their current situation.
You know.
But yeah. And yeah, Lee was absolutely looking for a ritual because he knew the liminality fucked with time. He didn't know specifically how it fucked with time, but he knew it did. So he was hoping to master the magic in the liminality to effectively only partially reverse Blair's personal timeline to undo her curse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what his
The
plan was.
the thing I was going to do with the curse die, if I would have deplete a curse die that I can do once per session, is does anyone here have a strong 3+ bond to another person present? So I was gonna see if she's serious about him and is he serious back. It'd be like, buddy, was gonna play Big Brother and be like, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
I'm gonna
I'm
want
not
to
gonna kill you, but I'm gonna whoop your ass.
I am anyway. He almost got his kill. Also, he went in to try to fuck with time, not actually knowing how it worked over here. You are the dumbest smart wizard I've ever encountered.
That's
You're-
every wizard though.
Yes. Mage the hubrisine.
Yeah.
Like he's just like, yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on over there, but fuck it. Let's just
Yeah,
try
that's why
it.
he came here, because it only happens every 10 years, and you gotta fucking study it. That's why he only had the beginning parts of the ritual down.
Oh, yeah, because
he
he
had
had
the
to.
basics prepped ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
Because he needed to figure out how exactly it worked so he could hopefully wrestle control of it.
Oh, I thought he was just like winging it. I'm like, buddy.
As for the monster itself, essentially a dude went on a chainsaw massacre on a ski lodge resort in the 50s, killed a bunch of people, allegedly. Their bodies were never found, and he was never found, and it was assumed that he buried the body somewhere on the mountain where they couldn't be found, and he disappeared into the wilderness. Or hypothetically killed himself. But
Yeah.
he remained at large. He was never found. Which y'all can see why he was never found.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went outside.
He was. I mean,
He and
it
everyone
wasn't
else.
decided if he was accursed ahead of time or if him becoming a psycho killer led to him becoming just something else entirely or what. But obviously, the outside changed him and he became anchored to this place.
Yeah.
And so the liminality is dependent on him. If he dies, the entire liminality would come crashing down and would disintegrate, essentially.
Yeah. Which it had started to, but because he could like revive
Yeah.
if he wasn't killed the right way.
Yeah.
Does was he a particular type of like playable curse, or was he something else?
Oh no, I just made him using the adversary rules. He was for those that are listening who may want to build something similar in power, he was a terror level enemy. That means he has a primary pool of 10, a secondary of 8, a desperation pool of 5. He has +2 enhancement to rolls he makes. He has defense 3, integrity 2, 7 injury levels, 1 to 3 armor, initiative 5, qualities 1 to 5, and dread powers 1 to 5. And I gave him max qualities, max dread powers. So he had full 5 dread powers, full 5 qualities. Not everything he had came up. I kind of threw a mix in there just to see. So, for example, he had Feral, which didn't come up, which was his mind is alien. It's a major complication to influence, and failure to buy it off causes a bad reaction. So if you tried to like talk him down or whatever, it was gonna be really difficult. And if you failed the roll, you failed to buy off the complication, it was just like immediate like violence upon you.
Woe be upon you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also had a dreadful gaze. If you attempted to influence him, he could give you awed, exhausted, immobilized, or stunned as a reaction.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Glad I was trying to talk to him.
Yeah. So I got to use most of his stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a couple things that didn't really come up too much.
Question.
Yeah.
The decapitation rule, is that part of the build, or is that something that you
That's
added
part
to
of the
it?
build. He has a quality called reanimation. It specifically says he has to be decapitated or he will return to life.
Okay. I was curious on that. That's because I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
All in all, without diving into review territory, because we're gonna have a review for it. I actually once we got everything we needed to actually have our characters do combat, I loved how combat played.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I think
I mean,
I would want to make a cheat sheet for like stunts and stuff in the future, but
Yes.
that's not like too
Yes.
crazy to be like, as far as like number of things to have open while playing a game goes, it's not that bad.
I can say, as somebody who decided kind of, at least partially intentionally, to not build a combat character, I felt appropriately hedged out of combat.
In a bad way, or
No. Like it felt like I didn't feel like I could just, I'm gonna go fight the monster anyway, even though I didn't build it. Like it'll be whatever. It was like, no, I need to like kind of pick what I do and plan out my like support role.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is
just like
why,
that,
in a weird way, the popcorn initiative actually worked really well in the favor for that, because I could choose to like, I act a couple of times really quickly to get you guys into a position where you can go fight big monster. Go fight big monster for me, please. Or I could choose to. I'm not going to act for a little while because you guys need to develop some like serious problems.
Yeah.
'Cause, like
but
I had 2 dexterity, 3 might, and nothing in any combat skill.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I do
knew
want
I
to.
would not hit him.
Yeah, I want to dig in more into that because I have my thoughts on the popcorn initiative, but I want all of that to be like for the review.
Yeah.
we can
I'm
leave
just
that in one
saying, like
spot.
I enjoyed how my character, how appropriate it felt for the role of my character.
Quick thoughts on GMing it.
Overall, pretty good. Some awkward moments. I will say that because I've been trying to get into Onyx Path games for a while now. I just haven't had as much time to get as super familiar with the rules as I would like to be. There is definitely an adjustment for handling roles and stuff. Like, it's pretty standard stuff for the most part. You know, you're only looking for the one success, but especially with the investigation system being like, well, it's technically, 0 or whatever, which it's kind of a weird thing to call out that's like, oh, so they always have a clue. Well, it's like if they don't get any successes whatsoever, they still fail if the difficulty is 0. So I don't know. Maybe there's something in the investigation section I missed or something, but there's just some like other small things, as well as trying to keep in mind good times to introduce like complications and stuff. And I know like the story I was running didn't necessarily have a lot of great opportunities for introducing things, at least not in the heat of the moment, because I don't heavily plan every little detail. I kind of get the broad strokes and then I fill as things occur.
Yeah.
So overall, it was pretty good. Just just definitely awkwardness that can be solved by just being more familiar with the rules and stuff. I do have thoughts and feelings on the overall setting and such. Because like while I did have a very specific idea for this, I'm kind of, I'll say this, I think I would, without making my own changes, find it a little challenging to run something long term.
Fair.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
definitely going to go more into that into the review. I don't want to go super hard into it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do overall like it. Don't take it as a, oh, this is awful because I can't run long term. No, that's not what I'm saying. Just as it is. I have a hard time imagining a long-term campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us and listening to our Curseborne game. Hope to have you on the next one. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right.
So he left instead of kicking Craig out. He's kind of dumb.
We're not going
Yeah.
to talk about it.
We're
not
going
gonna
to talk about it.
I'll
Bye,
forget to cut
everyone.
this.
Wait.